Bjang bja pitsi, ke bja campaign, bja motamo, e wanalo.
It is common knowledge that now white zima madi, the one yon.
Omdat waar er wel is daar.
Mogolokwane,
Shikunguva shitsongo loko shiku chirr. Shitwili shiku.
Mogolokwane.
Sesi bua gore, language is the blood of the soul. Nyalo asiba fundise kuhle ngoba.
Arina le Batswana kafa.
Today we are celebrating the
Arina le Batswana kafa we say aha.
Ganyambo za damu.
Asina ne maZulu ngapha.
As you
AmaZulu akhona. Akhona amaXhosa la. AmaNdebele akhona. Dumelang ba gaetso. Batswana ba le ba ile. Dumelang ba gaetso. Molweni. Sanibonani. Avusheni. In numbers. Nda. That is the language of the country. Tabela. Lochan. Bonjour. Hola. Namaste. Ni hao. Xiao. Assalamu alaikum. Habari. That's the country's language. The continent's language. Habari. Let me. Habari. When I say habari, you say nzuri. Habari. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I want to welcome you today in this beautiful day, beautiful season. If your language is missing, please don't panic. We have the whole day to learn it and to catch up. Colleagues, you will realize that I took time greeting you in your mother language. When you greet people in their mother language, they immediately smile, as most of you did, because suddenly you felt at home. And honestly, nothing melts barriers faster than hearing your own language. My name is Pina Hasitsepe. I will be program director for the day. If I have to introduce myself, I will say, ke mosimane wa Motswana, ke antse Setswana le tseleng, puo ya ga mme ke boswa jwa me. Ke motlokwa yo dintsi dikgolo yo e rileng ba kwena ba mmona ba re ahe thuso ya rona e gorogile. Ke setlogolo sa ba kgatla ba ga Mmakau ke ipela ka Setswana ke ikgantsha ka puo ya magosi. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our International Mother Language Day. The International Mother Language Day has its roots in the Bengali language movement at Bangladesh. On the 21st February 1952, students in Dhaka protested to use their own language, and police opened fire on them as they were demonstrating. And in 1999, UNESCO's General Conference approved the observance of this day. Since 2000, it has been celebrated worldwide every year on the 21st of February. The United Nations General Assembly later recognized its formality in 2002 through the Resolution 56 of 262. So today we honor the languages that raised us. Our theme is celebrating voices of diversity, building bridges through mother language. And truly, languages build bridges. Today, languages will sing, these languages will dance, they will debate, they will praise, they will testify, and maybe they will even gossip. So if you hear your language, I urge you, just shout, "Ke la me leo," kgotsa "Ndifa," or even "Nzatwisisa," or "I am with you." So sit back, relax, celebrate, and let your heart travel across cultures. Let us begin Aritomeng Masihambeng with our program. I thought the media team will flash it there for those who do not have it. Sorry about that. I have my program here with me. Unfortunately, we can't see it. It's so small. Is there a way to enlarge it, please? Yes. Are you helping us, media team? Mepos, can I use your phone? How? In the meantime, can I hear Mogolokwani? Okay. Okay, there's a special request here. Media team, that video that was playing when they were coming in, people said they couldn't hear what was said. We will request you to play it again, and this time it should be audible. And as we are looking, all of us, at the screens and listening to what it says. Thank you.
Good morning. Sanibonani. Molweni. Dumelang. Goeiemôre.
Awusheni, Lochani, Ndimachironi.
Re a le amogela re le bana ba kgwale ba ba bitsanang ka melodi. Sit back and enjoy the celebration and what we have to offer. Ngoba sisu semhambi singangengila yenyoni. Ho fihla ha lona ho paka hore isandla sihlamba esinye. Siyathemba nizokujabulela esiniphathele kona. Ka gore byang bya pitsi ke bya kampeng, bya mothamo e hwanalo.
It is common knowledge that now waidzima madi udedibona yona.
Omdat waar der wel is daar weg.
Xikunguva xitsongo loko xi ku tsirr, xi twile xikunguva xikulu.
Se se bua gore language is the blood of the soul. Nyalo asibafundise kuhle ngoba inkunzi isematholeni.
Today we are celebrating the voices of diversity. Namusiri ko pata vuxaka nga nyambo za damuni.
As Unisa, we pride ourselves on being an institution that uses language to break down linguistic and cultural barriers. Seno ga se thusi fela go kgontsha baithuti ba rona go atlega mo dithutong. It also fosters connection beyond mere communication. Ekwamukeleni izilimi zonke, wonke umuntu ukhuthazwa ukuba afunde olunye ulimi oluhlukile kunolwakhe ukuze aqonde amasiko alolo limi. Leswi sifuneta ku hunguta mimboya melotlhelo na ku engetela nkatsiwa. Because each language carries wisdom. Njengoba sigubha tilwimi nemasiko ethu lehlukahlukene, masiphinde siqwalasele ukubaluleka okulondoloza nokukhuthaza ilifa leelwimi zethu sisenzela izizukulwane ezizayo. En die woorde van ons oorlede president Nelson Mandela, if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart. Happy International Mother Language Day. Kgotso.
Pula.
Nala.
Dames en heren, ek is bekend. Wat? Ek is bly om hier te staan en probeer om te praat. En ek hoop dat julle verstaan wat sê ek. Vandag, ek is nie alleenig. Ek is met our language interpreters. In Setswana we say, baranolela puo. Baranoledi ba puo. And we have Os Tsolofelo here, and she'll be helping by Os Nondumiso, Nombuso. And we will be running this program together. The first item, I'm going to call the Rakadi of the Teaching and Learning Portfolio, DTSFL, Rakadi Koko Me Moyahabo Mahano, who will be introducing our VP. The VP will be welcoming us. If you have a program, it says, Pulo ya moletlo ka kamogelo. He will be welcoming us to this beautiful August celebration. Rakgadi Magano.
Halala Unisa, halala. Halala DTSFL, halala. Halala DLS, halala. I want us to give a round of applause to the Directorate Language Services. Shall we applaud them? Wonderful. Let me see all the colleagues from Language Services. Let's applaud you for the nice, for the beautiful venue. They don't know you. They don't know you. From the director, they don't know who did this wonderful thing. And everybody in Language Services, this is amazing. This is beautiful. This is wonderful. Thank you, colleagues. Well done. Well done. This is beautiful. Reitumela, Dr. Tsepe, Program Director, thank you. You have already taken my words because I like to greet in all languages. But I don't want to plagiarize, you know? Otherwise, I'll be sent to DC cases. So I don't want to plagiarize and greet in all languages. But I want to say to Program Director, Dr. Tsepe, our Vice Principal here, Dr. Chivasem, our visitors and keynote address speaker, our artists that are here, the poets that are here, our sign language interpreter, Ostolo, our language champions from colleges that have joined us today. We want to greet you. And the Pensalp is in the house. Pensalp is in the house. And also visitors, our students. Can I see the students? Can you be on your feet? Those who are students, let's welcome our Unisa students and students from other institutions. Halala. When we say Unisa, we mean you. Thank you so much for coming and honoring this. An official welcome will come from the Vice Principal. When I saw you, because I'm a teacher by profession, I can see those who are students, I can see those who are working. How? Don't ask me, but I know. Okay. Colleagues, today it's a great day. Language is important, and I'm one person who loves languages. I think I can speak close to 9 or 10 languages of South Africa. And this is something that will make you to be acceptable in any community. I want us to look at what Ngugi Wationgo said. This is an author who passed away, I think last year, from the country, Kenya, here in Africa. He's an activist of language. I want to quote in this book, Decolonizing the Mind, the Politics of Language in African Literature. The compelling emotional force of this book emerges from Ngugi's convincing emphasis on a truly universal human culture and his continuing ability to personalize large political issues and to persuasively politicize his own personal experiences. Now, I quote, "The poet or storyteller," he argues, "cannot perform his function without his own society unless he shares and enriches its tongue." So this shows the power of language. The Kenyan government only moved decisively against him when he began to do precisely that. First, imprisoning him. You know, you are imprisoned for your own language, then driving him into exile, shifting the burden of racism and post-imperial prejudice from literature is, however, a global task and one which Ngugi is now obliged to pursue now from New York and in English. For a long time, Ngugi was a lone voice howling against the wind. Now people like Edward said have joined in the war against cultural imperialism. Let the battle commence. The last quote that I want to give, showing the power of language and the relationship between language and human experience, is that language and literature were taking us further and further from ourselves to other selves. That is, what we studied in schools was driving us away from the who we are, because we learned to despise our own languages. If I can give a personal experience, where I grew up, they don't know my name Moyachabo. They know my name Daina. If you go to where I grew up and you say you want Moyachabo Mahan, they say we don't know her. But if you say Daina, they know Daina. But when I came to Unisa, the email address captures your first name in the ID book. That's how people started to know and address me as Moyachabo. And I was personally also not advocating that I'm Moyachabo Molope, because that's my maiden surname. I used to say Daina, and then it ends there. The other name was sort of hidden. Why? Because in your birth certificate and baptismal certificate, your other name was said, the English one was Christian. The other one was what? I don't want to say that. So that's how we were conscientized. Now, Ngugi is saying decolonizing the mind. Now, I'm challenging us, Budaina, to start saying I'm Moyachabo. And then Francina to start saying I'm Dimakazo. Salamina. You hear the names, ne? Salamina. To start saying I'm Matakala. You know, let's embrace our names. They are so precious. With these words, I want to welcome our Vice Principal, Dr. Azundini Chiwase, who is a policy expert, to come and do an official welcome. I was just greeting. Thank you. Vice Principal, the podium is yours.
Mabunga ndiana yo mushimase kaba ambana shangolabo baba buze mabunga luambo uri ndivere yashu na musiri na rekodi tongisa ngaluambo rashu rekodi ambare ria ni mutanga wa chiazaza mutanga sa sito montalengwe ndende
Ndi machelo ni dumelang locha ni sani bonani. Dumelang. We can do better. We can do better. Ke a leboga Rakgadi Memahano for the opportunity to be with you. More especially in this occasion, you celebrate mother tongue, the Potsa Boruna. We need really to say, we appreciate the moment that as an institution, more especially as University of the Land, the home of the leaders, we don't want some of these occasions or they pass by without celebrating. Madume Mnaring, thank you, Rialeboha. The program being printed in our mother tongue. Yes, it is time, you know. And I was even so excited that I even shared with the members of MANCOM to say, go teaching and learning portfolio, there is something happening. And of course, yes, we need really to celebrate, you know. And I think for some of us, when the Mother Tongue Day was declared by United Nations in 1999, we felt that it was a bit late, you know. However, we need to jump into this bandwagon. Irinkile Amukhele, on behalf of the Principal and Vice Chancellor Pleng Linkavula, Unisa Management, Rakgadi Mahano, thank you so much for the invitation. And all the organizers, I know that it was an activity really to organize it. And when I looked at the theme, celebrating voices of diversity, building bridges through mother tongue, I was excited. In my early years, you know, I did teaching methodology. Yes, I was very good in English. I even passed with a distinction. But as I was moving through this journey, you know, some years ago I decided to say Kinyakobala. I decided to go to Tekis. When I got into a class, we were, all the students, 50% African, 50% white students. And then the first classes started, you know. The lecturer will come in and say, how many of you speak Afrikaans? About 70% of the class. And only 30% of us could speak English. Then she advised to say the class will be conducted in Afrikaans. Meneer Tsepe, ek kan sever Afrikaans praat. Want ek het by die Afrikaans University geschool. You can imagine, which I think we need to also to celebrate the students that are here, you know. We really appreciate that you got this opportunity. For us, then you'll sit in a 2-hour class, prescribed books, Africans. And after the class, it means you have to go to the library, get somebody to translate to English, you know. But because we were so passionate about education, we succeeded. After completing the qualification, I decided from Mahanu to go to your alumni, UJ. You know? We got into a class, the same thing happened. It was, you go to a class, 2 hours, you listen in Afrikaans. The only advantage was that we were allowed to write in English. Now, as we celebrate this day, to all of us, we need also to say, what does learning in our mother tongue says to us? All great nations worldwide, learn in their mother tongue. You go to Japan, you go to Korea, they all use their mother tongue. And globally, it's only 40% of the population that have got access to education in their mother tongue. Runa, we're still very far, and I think we need to encourage this and celebrate this day. Malume Munareng, let us also celebrate the multilingualism in education. Recently, Dr. Nena, I've been reading that schools that try to teach in their mother tongue, their students are very, very successful. Amongst the universities in South Africa, 2 distinct universities really takes the lead. University of KwaZulu-Natal. Almost 20–30% of their qualifications are taught in the mother tongue. And when we compare the pass rates on those courses, the pass rate is very good. Now with through, number 2, at least Unisa, we really need also to emphasize and really work on, because we are also rated as the 2nd university that is promoting the mother tongue in our instruction, Now I think we are still at the surface, but we can strengthen it. When I was at DHET in the minister's office in 2016-2017, when we did a survey on universities that are using mother tongue, Unisa, at least we were up there. On this day, let me welcome all of you, and maybe you need to tell your neighbor in your own mother tongue, or can you tell your neighbor? Now, and then an assignment. Dr. Tsepe, before you close this seminar, I'll come back. You must tell me at least 5 new words that you have learned in another language. Okay, are we agreeing on that? 5 new words that you will have learned today. And not only learn them today, next week, I will passaging. What were the words that you learned? And at times, Prof. Mahano, some of us is very, very passionate about this language. Now, when we see really ourselves killing these languages, I'm very happy that we are talking to the youth here. Normally, hey, you find parents, young parents with kids. Who was cool? Hey, mother, I need this. Some model C, and some of us really pains us. more especially when these kids have to go and visit their granny. Akri batswadi ba rona cannot speak and talk these languages. Ukra ngwana pa lo bulela le kuku wa hae. And on the other hand, kuku wa hae o tshwantse a etseng? Tshwantse a mo introduce to the culture. And the culture is only carried through the language. So, young parents, re a gopela, please, a re boleleng polelo tsa bo rona. You know, there is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with in talking our languages. In conclusion, let me indicate that remember that language is central to identity. Language is central to identity. Most of us who de-associate ourselves with our own mother tongue or home language, you find we've got identity crisis. We cannot identify ourselves. Language is a vehicle to learning and the well-being. You know, we will never be able to say we're a learned society if we don't embrace language, because our participation in society is through the language. Let me welcome you, karibu, and wish you all of the best in the day. Like a good lecturer, Dr. Sepe, Dr. Nene, Ketlawua, and I must find my assignment have been done. 5 new words in another language. Let's enjoy this festival and let's celebrate our mother tongue. Thank you very much.
Ek het die verbetering gedoen, Professor Magano. Earlier on, I wanted to say, ons is bedankbaar om hier te wees. En ons is bedankbaar om u te luister, motlatsa mogokgo wa setheo se se tona sa lefatshe. And I believe, yes, I believe that as Unisa is the university of the land, we should be leading in using our own languages in teaching and learning. A few years ago, I think I was encouraged by a student in the Northwest University who wrote his PhD in Setswana. And that was wow, it's possible. I met somebody who once said to me, not long ago, said, but when we teach in our own languages, how are we going to get the concepts? And I said, even the Western people, when they started naming things existed before they were named. And after they saw that this is beautiful, they said, this is a flower. So we can still name things that are in existence. And it doesn't really start here. Even in the Bible, Dr. Shivase, before we knew that there was a lion, God presented a lion first, and it was named after that it was a lion. So we can still teach in our mother tongue and do ourselves proud. We are going on with our program. We are going to an item, Kutivishwa, Kashifulari, Shashiko. Introduction of the guest speaker. At least I can read that. And Shiambishadna, it's Dr. Nkomo, but we will ask Ntate Nene, Jabulani Nene, not Owens, Jabulani Nene, to come and introduce our speaker.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tsepe. Ake ngiqale ngokubingelela. Ngizoqala ngibingelela iphini likaThishanhloko elisimele kwesikhashana uDokotela uChivas. Ngiphinde futhi ngiya kumqondisi omkhulu uSolwazi uMahano. Ngiphinde futhi ngiya kubaqondisi bethu uDr Mnaringi kanye nesikhulumi zethu esiphakeme bamkomo. Sakubingelela. Ake ngithi ngiphinde futhi ngibingelele zonke izidatanyiso zethu ezikhona lana izivakashi ozakwethu abafundi kanye nazo zonke izimenyo ezikhona. Ngiyanibingelela nonke sanibonani. Sanibonani. Today I was given an opportunity to say that Dr. Nene come here and present in terms of our guest speaker. Who is Usolwazi? Ngiyathanda ukusebenzisa igama lethi Usolwazi because it's very, very nice. Usolwazi. Usolwazi Udion Komo is a full professor of African Languages Studies and an NRF SARCHL Chair of Intellectualization of African Languages, Multilingualism and Education at the School of Languages and Literatures at Rhodes University. His academic interests in which he publishes and supervises postgraduate students include language planning and policy, language teaching, lexicography, translation, terminology, sociolinguistic, and higher education studies. Usolwazi Nkomo has mentored students and early career academics in various African countries that include South Africa, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Nigeria, Ghana, and Kenya. He's a leader and collaborator in national and international capacity building and research projects on multilingualism, language planning, and policy. He holds a C1 NRF rating and is a president of the African Associate of Lexicography. Colleagues, allow us and to clap our hands for Usolwazi Nkomo. Usolwazi, over to you.
Chauka kile gare ke runyaru nyabelo ka sebuko ile ka kile phutela tshilita ba tsa gore ya lapa le shegore ya ka botheto mo pitse ya gona e gaba gaba o ka diretso meshito megoshi le meretheto ya go tsefela tsabele le ithola bo moriri wa tlhogo kana pa ka diphutulla ditaba tsa Unisa tsa maleme ya letsola gore la le fase ka bophara ile go maleme ya gore ya nyantseng letsola ngo ya ka digoro ka mieno le ka diphoofolo tsa gore le binang aga International Mother Language Day we o re go bantshitse re bana ba motho ka baka la gago ke mo le gona re ikgantsa ka maleme ya lona a rena le tswela re sa itsetsang gore sa lengwe ke ntafelo re le gare re go tsanka ka sebete re ithagile ka mogeno gore go celebrating voices of diversity are bana ba mmala o mosowe ra ipopa ngata ra fetoga bana ba kgolere ra ipopa ngata e tira fetoga bana ba kgolere ra bitsana ka melodi le fa sona le masase le go setšefala ngwana o kgole go sethetha nepo golo le pono ya merero ya maleme ya thuto le go tisha maleme ya tsebo ya go fapana go baithuti ba rutiši le batswathui o re ba ba rute litogolong litogolwana o re ba seetse ditšhone ba ga dimamorao re le leboga bana ba mmala o moso re le leboga bana ba mmala o moso ke mo le gona le ritiseditse mo Professor Dion Nkomo gore ba te ba re tshwela mantsi ao a gisha ka moganong le ge ba re botsa ditaba tsa maleme ka go fapana ke ra motho yo nkileng a elela le lefase ka bophara kontinenteng ya gešo re go leboga Morankomo nkabe ke tseba meeno ya gago ke be ke tao rata ka bogabo le bogwari kare ke Nkomo ke mmino kgomo ya monareng ke motho yo nkileng a relala le kontinente ya Afrika Borwa ke sa le ba le bo Kenya bo Namibia bo Angola bo Kenya bo Nigeria Morankomo we le sefala sona re ufile Morankomo ditsebe tsona re tsonkutse milulan ra ela thela go gole o re bana ba tharientso ba taba go bolela ditaba tsa o agisha re re bolela le setšhaba sa geno loko go re mina se ke fukine nyomenenza buko wa mina tsere tsa fatse ka re se go fetsela re re moraina lombo ni lwabo ka ba ditongisa ngabo ayelele bana ba mosadi yo mosowe ke tore sefate.
Is it possible to connect?
To connect, yes. I think there must be. Let me organize it for you quickly because I didn't see it. Okay.
Oh, it's already connected.
On this one. Can I take it out?
Yeah. Not yet.
Let's do this. Do you want us to extend or duplicate?
I'm not sure which is which.
Yeah, just put it here on duplicate.
On duplicate.
Yeah, it's supposed to appear.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
There, it's coming. It's not.
Yeah, sure.
Where's the word?
Oh, there it comes. Sanbonani, Molweni, Tumelang, well, amazwe mbongi asaduma lapha ekhanda kum. Maybe we should clap for the poet again. Thank you, Program Director, and Mangbonge again for that generous introduction. I think before I proceed, I should warn people for using AI. Don't believe everything that he said, but it's not his fault. Colleagues, may I recognize our Deputy Principal, Ubabu Chivase, recognize Uma Mahalo and Dr. Monareng, Ngiz Bulisele, kuzo zonke ke iziphathamandla zale university Unisa. Apparently kuthiwa this is the real, if maybe not the only university of South Africa. Kuthiwa the other universities are in South Africa, but they are not of South Africa. So please, students of this university, clap hands for yourselves. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and a huge sense of honor for being invited as a speaker on this very important day, the International Mother Language Day. And I would like in particular to applaud the Language Directorate for this so very perfect theme of the day, that is celebrating diverse voices and building bridges through the mother tongue. The theme is so perfect, especially if we heard carefully what our program director said. I think he gave us what should be the lesson of the day about this day, where this day comes from. I think many of us have maybe repeatedly celebrated this important day without knowing its background. And what is even interesting is that its background resonates so well with the South African history and context, especially in terms of the language question. So I will repeat it for the benefit of the latecomers and those who might have forgotten it. It started in what is today Bangladesh, with the Bengali language movement, which consisted of students of Dhaka University who were actually protesting against the marginalization of their language, Bengali, after a language called Urdu was declared the sole official language. That declaration of one language as the only official language, it's something that is actually widespread, and I think maybe the best way of describing it is what we find in Robert Phillipson's book called Linguistic Imperialism. Linguistic imperialism, which is defined as a system, a social, political, and economic system that imposes one language and makes it appear to be superior over all the others. But it goes even further. Even though the imposition may be political, it has cultural implications. But it goes further than that, because linguistic imperialism gets perpetuated even by the speakers of those languages upon which the superiority of this one language has been imposed. So if we look maybe closer to home, I think when we speak linguistic imperialism, we speak English as I do now, right? And no one compels me to speak English. The system demands that I speak English. And even on this day, so declared by the United Nations as the International Mother Language Day, where I'm supposed to be free to use my language, I will still find good reasons why, if ngingakhuluma isiNdebele, mhlambe ubaba uChivase will not hear me. And therefore, the good reason would be that English is a democratic, English is a unifying language. English is the language that brings operational efficiency. If we want to get business done, English becomes the language of business. So we may look around here, we may find no mother tongue speaker of English, but still we'll feel English is the most appropriate language for us to conduct the business of the day, which is celebrating our diverse linguistic tongues, which unfortunately gets covered up in this convenient language of colonialism. So this is what happened in Bengali. So as the program director taught us, students protested, and as they protested, the police opened fire on them. I don't know if the figures are okay. They say 7 students perished, right? Let's come closer to home. We have an exactly similar experience with June 16, 1976. Dr. Chivase had already told us how privileged we are today. Privileged because we have language policies, as I will show later on, language policies which tell us that it is right for us to use our own languages in our classrooms, although there will be other constraints which will force us to resort to English. But prior to June 16, and indeed prior to 1994, one language was presented as superior over others in line with the ideology of the time, which imposed the superiority of one race over all the others in South Africa. And as such, Afrikaans language was presented as the language of everything, except what we could do in the homelands, so-called the Bantustans. So June 16 was a protest against the linguistic hegemony of Afrikaans. But as we know well, linguistic hegemony or linguistic imperialism does not happen in a vacuum. It happens in a very specific context, a context which validates that kind of linguistic imperialism. Okay, I will therefore proceed to reflect on the journey that South Africa has traveled ever since, from when linguistic imperialism started up to date, look at the milestones that have been met, look at the challenges that still confront us, such that as I join you in the celebrations and as I urge you to celebrate the privileges that we have today, we still reflect on the work that still needs to be done. So what we are dealing with is what has been called the language question. And what is the language question? Neville Alexander wrote about the language question, and the first line of his book was actually that question. What is the language question? And why should on such a day we trouble our minds with this question? So while he finds that question important to address at the dawn of democracy, he contextualizes that question. He argues that we have enough questions or problems to worry about without adding another one to the long list. Why don't we first try to find answers to the racial question, the land question, the housing question, the wages question, the constitutional question, and to all the other important questions in our country? Why is the language question so terribly important? He answers it. He argues that we cannot judiciously answer all the other questions without addressing the language question. We can't address the question of the different forms of inequality without looking at the language question. And I'm sure we know that South Africa comes first on so many things, good and bad. And one of them is inequality. If you look at that picture there, on the left side, it's your Santin. That is the land and the language question. On the other side, it's actually your Alex, right? I think you can guess so well the language that you find on the left side of the divide and the languages that you are going to find on the right side of the divide. We were having some conversations before we got here, and Dr. Monareng was reflecting on his many efforts. He's doing some wonderful work here at Unisa, trying to address the language question. But before he came to Unisa, he was actually at PANSARP, and I hope we all know what PANSARP does. We actually have our very important PANSARP delegates in the house. PANSARP are the custodians of the language policy in South Africa. They are at the forefront of language rights. They are at the forefront of today's celebrations in South Africa. So he was reflecting on how, when he tried to give space to some of the linguistically marginalized groups here in South Africa, and they got that space, they extended the question of language, which he had opened up for them. Come and address your language question. They said, we also have the land question. And he said they were baffled. Where is language coming into this? I'm sure we do have a Maxhosa in this house. You know Ubawo Umkai. He argued, ukuba xa siphulukana nolwimi lwethu siphulukana nomhlaba wethu. And in his argument, language and land are so inextricably connected, because the language defines the territory of our forefathers. It defines the territory where we were born. It is only through language that we can talk about all the injustices that would have occurred in our past. The injustices of land dispossession and all the other forms of violence. We can't deal with them without language. And the source is the land. So, talking about language, the language question, we are actually talking about issues of inequality, as we will see as we proceed. So, when we are talking about the language question, we are essentially talking about the colonial question in the African context, right? And we can trace that to the 19th century, the Berlin Conference. I hope we have historians in the house. Historians know what was actually happening at the Berlin Conference. There is a table there, and there is a big cake. And there is the host of the conference here, that is Mr. Otto Bismarck, the German Chancellor of the time. What was actually happening there was the partition of Africa, where the superpowers of Europe gathered and looked at the beauty of Africa and got amused that Africa, the dark continent at the time, was unoccupied, yet there was overpopulation in Europe, lots of resources in Africa, and as the bigger brothers of the world, they had to sit and they had to agree on how they equally share that cake. So from land, this is the map that we then get. Believe you me, that is the language, one language map of Africa. And the color red is English. You have French, you have Portuguese in green, you have a small patch of Spanish there, a bit of Italian there. Is it not disturbing that when you go to Google is supposed to know it all? I think our students will hit the caution here. Google does not know it all, right? It depends on what Google has been taught and by who. So one map of Africa that you will get will show you that in Africa the languages are English, French, Portuguese, and Spanish. You won't see isiZulu. And that is what the history of colonialism that started at the Berlin Conference has given us. That is linguistic imperialism. Maybe to further emphasize this connection, I'm sure we all know Cecil John Rhodes. We'll talk about him quickly. When he was stating at the foot of Africa, he said he wanted to paint Africa from Cape to Cairo red. And that red is English. He did not get all of Africa. But I think it just shows that the language question is actually a colonial question. And as we continue dealing with it today, it is actually part of the decolonization debates that we should be engaged with. So accordingly, one of the leading decolonial scholars in Africa argues that indigenous African languages were among the first casualties of the colonial project, right? And therefore, as part of the decolonization agenda, the question should be, what should Africa do about the inherited languages from their former colonial masters, that is French from France, Belgium, English from Britain, Portuguese from Portugal, and Spanish from Spain? I'll pause there. But if you continue, you will see that the question is not just about these colonial languages. It is about the underlying languages that have been subsumed under this colonial project, the indigenous African languages. And we can see it clearly if we look at the historiography of South Africa, how the language question evolved. You have the Dutchification of South Africa. Later on, you have the entrenchment of English after the Dutch handed over South Africa when they were competing with the French. And then you have the Anglicization period. Later on, 1910 comes, and then you have the Africanization of Dutch, where at the point, the then Dutch started to argue that we are not Dutch. In fact, we are not Europeans, we are Africans. When he was reading my brief biography, he mentioned, for example, that one of my areas of interest is lexicography, that is dictionaries. I have a very interesting story to tell about dictionaries, the history of dictionaries and the history of evolution of Afrikaans. So it so happened that having settled in South Africa, the Dutch and later on the French and the Germans started to have this new language that was evolving, the language drawing from indigenous languages, including the languages of the owners of the land. I emphasize again. The Dutch in Netherlands were so concerned, and then one of them, who was so patriotic, wrote a dictionary and sent it down to Africa and said, here is the rule book of our language. Please stop corrupting our language by mixing it with the language of your slaves, right? And after receiving that dictionary, one of them looked at it and retorted back and said, I'm actually writing a dictionary of our language. Our language is not Dutch. Our language is Afrikaans. This language does have European roots, but this language is born in Africa. and it draws from African languages and many other languages of the people with whom we have come into contact. Therefore, it is an African language, a language of us as Africans. We are not Europeans. That dictionary was entitled the Patriot Dictionary. That was the dictionary of Afrikaans nationalism or Afrikaans patriotism. And you will see that you cannot talk about Afrikaans nationalism without the Afrikaans language. They realized at the time that in order to be legitimately Africans, they needed a language of their own, and that language, they felt it should be different from Netherlands. We can debate all we want about whether Afrikaans is an African language or an indigenous language, but I think we can agree that it's a debate for another day. But what is important is that we can see how intricately connected politics and language are. And then, yes, there was the homeland system, and then around the 1950s, we have the mother tongue Bantu education. So when we talk about mother tongue education today, we get reminded that it is not really new, but at the same time, if we look at it carefully, we should reject, maybe violently, the myth that Africans never wanted mother tongue education. They rejected it all the way from the 1950s, even up to now. They rejected the apartheid mother tongue education, whereby it was not a fair option for the speakers of the language. It was education packaged in their languages in order to confine them to particular spaces. And as you would know, people needed passports to actually get into what was called the Republic of South Africa, even if they were in South Africa, because they were meant to be confined to those homelands with that Bantu education, with that mother tongue education, which was meant to keep them down the radar of the social structure, right? And then if you come to higher education, again, we had a segregated higher education system, of which language actually showed its ugly face, if you want, right? You had Afrikaans universities, you had English universities, and we know, even as recent as now, we have universities being taken to court. We have vice chancellors under fire because of language policies. So language is a big issue, and that led to the 1976 uprising and ultimately constitutional multilingualism that we are celebrating today. Constitutional multilingualism that I'm inviting you to celebrate but also reflect critically on. Okay, so let's reflect quickly on the imperatives of the democratic language policy, which is entrenched in the Constitution. Now 12 official languages. It proclaims parity of esteem and actually obliges the state to ensure that all official languages are developed and used equitably, and it underscores the importance of linguistic rights, that every person has a right to use their language, which is why we should be celebrating today. But we need to pause and ask ourselves these questions. Have these imperatives been attained? Are they attainable anywhere? And where we have attained them, are they sufficient on their own? Is it enough for me to say, I'll speak this language because it is my right, even if it might mean foregoing certain services for which the struggle against apartheid was forged? So the point that I would like to raise at the end is that the language question is a very complex one. There are no easy answers. In as much as we can celebrate, we need to be mindful of certain gaps. Okay. What cannot be doubted, though, is that language policy in democratic South Africa attempts to redress certain wrongs of the past, wrongs of apartheid, wrongs of the colonial period. One of them being social cohesion, right? 1994, we have Desmond Tutu preaching to us to celebrate the Rainbow Nation, right? I've heard other people critique, the analogy of the rainbow. They say the strands of the rainbow, they actually flow in parallel. They say there is no real cohesion, right? If we transfer it to the linguistic scene, it might mean that I can celebrate my mother tongue. I speak my isiNdebele, you speak your Chivenda. If we don't understand each other, it doesn't matter. We're celebrating, we're enjoying our rights, right? Why should I concede my right? The question that we need to ask as far as social cohesion is concerned is, to what extent has this constitutional multilingualism united the linguistically diverse South Africa? And then we have the social justice principle. I think every right-minded South African hates apartheid. Even those who did not live during the apartheid, they hate it. I'm sure even those who championed it, if they wake up today and see how beautiful democracy is, I'm sure they will hate apartheid, right? They will say we should be equal. We should actually address the injustices of the past, including those related to language. But from a linguistic point of view, to what extent have linguistic rights been realized, and to what extent have they been transformed the material conditions of the historically marginalized South Africans? Should we accept when the owners of the land say, yes, we are happy that you are now allowing us to come to Parliament and recognize our language, but where is the land? Should we say, no, these are separate matters? As we continue to reflect, I would like to quickly look at three broad areas. That is basic education, higher education, and even look beyond education. Let's look at language beyond education. When it comes to basic education, we have the language in education policy of 1987. Very beautiful objectives, maintaining home languages while providing access to and the effective acquisition of additional languages. That is a very noble ideal. Let's protect the mother tongue, right? And then we can learn each other's language so that we realize social cohesion. Surely out of the 12 official languages, with my own language, if I exercise my right today to celebrate my mother language, I speak my language, and you don't understand me when you speak yours, I'm sure from the 10 remaining ones, we should be able to find a common one, which does not necessarily need to be English, right? And then promote and develop all official languages. I think it's aligned with the Constitution. That's what the state is obliged to do. We are promoting additive multilingualism. So the point is, we are not replacing certain languages with other languages. And then by doing that, it's not a case of language for its own sake, but is to realize full participation through equitable and meaningful access to education, right? Teachers know it very well. The vice principal has already told us, right? Those who are taught in their own language have an advantage over others. And while at it, I like what Dr. Naledi Mbute always says, that the fight for mother tongue education is not the fight against English. Neither is it the fight against Afrikaans. In fact, it is a fight for the same rights that the English speakers and the African speakers have enjoyed through an education system that has legitimized their languages. So we are saying, let the others also participate meaningfully and succeed in this educational space. But is that the reality that we have lived? Is that the reality that we are living? What I find so interesting about the language in education policy, which is actually hailed as the best in Africa, is that it does not name any language. It's like they were scared of the languages which the Constitution did not shy away from naming official, right? But while the language in education policy does not name any language, CAPS does, right? So what happens, if you go to any school today, it is possible that you may find that they don't have a language in education policy of their own, because every school is supposed to have a language policy. But they do have the CAPS document, and the CAPS document will name languages. And we know how it names them, right? It names them as home languages, first languages, second additional languages, right? And what is the dominant home language? The dominant home language, which surprised me 15 years ago when I joined Rhodes University, is English. The language which the parents of the majority of the student body in our universities today do not speak, right? So you have Laput, siyambona ngumZulu, and sisivile isiZulu sakho kuba simnandi kanjani, right? It wasn't my biography which was nice, it was isiZulu sakhe, right? And then we ask him, what is your home language? It is English. That for me, I think it's a huge paradox that in a democratic education system, the policies and the system compels learners to choose home languages that are not spoken in their homes, right? And the policy says the child has a right to choose. And the Minister of Education can say, we have a language in education policy and these people chose, so it's not the fault of the government. The reality is that the options that are put on the table are not equally appealing. The palette of esteem is actually a fallacy. You choose the language which is most likely going to facilitate your horizontal and even vertical upward mobility, right? That's why we'll hear our learners and our children saying, "Sizondisapi esisixhosa, ndiyasithetha ekhaya. Why should I go to school and let alone a university to study the language that I can learn from umakhulu?" Right? As a result of that, we have a general underappreciation of indigenous African languages, and then English remains what Neville Alexander called unassailable but unattainable. So you have a policy that does not say choose English, choose a language of your choice, but at the end, there are certain dictates which will limit your choice. English becomes a language that will appear on every learner's matric certificate, even with the lowest of the points. And then their own languages may then appear as first additional or even second additional. And it is for that reason that in Africa we have what Bamboshe calls a decimal, a recurring decimal. I think even those who did Mathslit, they know what a recurring decimal is, right? It goes on and on. Even when it is supposed to be International Mother Language Day, we are all speaking English, and we find it difficult to avoid talking about English. Okay, it is not as gloomy as it might seem, though. I think lots of work has been done in basic education. We have the legacy of Praesa, which is a project for alternative education in South Africa. It was led by Neville Alexander, and the legacy of that is what is called today the mother tongue-based bilingual education, and the success story of it is in the Eastern Cape, what was called the Gofimvaba project, where after years of experimentation, where learners from grade 4 were actually taught in isiXhosa, assessed in isiXhosa, it was realized that those learners actually performed better than their peers who continued in the English medium, right? And then in 2020, in the Eastern Cape again, we had the multilingual assessments, whereby the preliminary matric examinations, those that are written in September, for maths, I think it was maths, LO and history, I think for the first time, 3 of them were available in isiXhosa and Sesotho. That has been expanded to many other subjects, and that led in 2024 with the then Minister of Education, Ms. Angie Motshekga, declaring a national rollout of mother tongue education, where she said from 2025 onwards, all the learners have to be taught in the mother tongue nationally. I don't know how far we've gone, but there has been progress there with collaborations between higher education institutions, publishers, and PANSALP, trying to produce resources and even to train teachers. And yes, in terms of legislative progress, there has been the Bella Act, which was signed in 2024, but we all know how it was a fierce struggle to even get that done. So, which shows that the struggle continues, right? And then we proceed to higher education. We have had all these nice policy initiatives. Language policy for higher education 2002, the ministerial report, which was done in 2003, which confirmed that African languages can be used as languages of scholarship in higher education. And then we have the 2015 report, and now we have the language policy framework, and all the good work that universities are now doing thanks to those policies. The imperatives have been simple. Universities needed to adopt language policies of their own, and all those language policies needed to comply with multilingualism. And the policies have by and large complied. They've been declared. Every university will tell you that in addition to English and or Afrikaans, we are committed to Sesotho, we are committed to isiZulu. I understand Unisa is the biggest champion because Unisa has embraced all of them as its official language. But the language policies have been, the language practices have been defiant, right? We have progressive policies, but we have defiant practices, right? We look at the student protests, 2015, 2016. The symbol is Rhodes must fall. That's the hashtag. But then we hear the cry, open Stellenbosch. The gates of Stellenbosch physically are open, but again, language Afrikaans is seen as a barrier, right? Rhodes, a historically English white university. You go there now, less than 10% of the students now are English mother tongue speakers, but English remains the main language. It is why we saw these posters. Rhodes is so wide, you can pronounce Gert, but you cannot pronounce Hadebe, right? All my lecturers have been white, unless when they are teaching the black subjects. And I suspect that those who are teaching the black subjects are us who teach African languages, right? So it shows that linguistic transformation is still work in progress, which is why in 2020 we got the language policy framework, because despite universities adopting what have been on surface multilingual language policies, it was seen that implementation had lagged. And maybe the positive with the language policy framework is that for the first time, DHET came to the party through seed funding, which all universities got. It's not lots of money, but it's something. 2.5 million to actually do something, you know, to provide language support, which the language directorate at Unisa has done so well. And then obviously it has also improved our accountability, such that I heard that it is also the case at Unisa, that now the language question is not for the language directorate, but that professors in engineering, professors in law, now think about what language does to their students when they are teaching. So there have been some milestones. Multilingualism has now been embedded in the curriculum. I was conducting a national survey for USAF, that is Universities South Africa, checking what the different universities are doing when it comes to multilingualism. And the language directorate at Unisa came out among the top for all the translation work and for all the multilingual pedagogies that it is actually promoting. And what I was showcasing there is the work that we have done at Rhodes University, whereby you find that we have language champions who are professors of economics, some of them not even speakers of African languages, but academics who are linguistically mindful that even if they don't speak African languages themselves, they realize that English is not accessible to every one of their students, and as such, their education, their content becomes inaccessible. As we celebrate these milestones, I therefore invite you to at least mind the following gaps. African languages are still constrained by the paucity of academic materials. Although we have students who are now willing to be taught in their languages, and we have academics who are willing to teach in African languages, most textbooks, most research remains available mainly in the medium of English. And while we are also willing as academics to embrace multilingualism, our expertise is limited. I may be a mother tongue speaker of Isindebele, but I was trained in English. Isindebele Sam may not be good enough when it comes to writing that PhD thesis. So there may be challenges there for the academics, but it also applies to the students as well, because the basic education system has not fully transformed. So we may be getting Chivenda speaking students, but their competence in Chivenda may not naturally translate into academic competence in the different disciplines. They may still lack the needed linguistic discourse. And yes, there is still some skepticism. There are professors and there are students who will still say, if that law course is trained in isiXhosa, I'm not sure it is as good as the one that was provided through the medium of English. Why is it that the case? That is because beyond education, there is still some transformation that needs to be done. And hence we had the Use of Official Languages Act, which demanded that all government entities, departments, and state enterprises promote multilingualism. Dr. Monareng was actually at the forefront of that. And I did some research for PANSAP at some point. One of the most exciting findings for me was that many departments were so quick, they did not resist actively. They quickly sat down, wrote policies, and said, we'll have English, isiZulu, and Afrikaans. In fact, isiZulu, isiXhosa, and Sesotho were the most dominant indigenous languages. That was around 2017. Isindebele, Chivenda did not appear. No government department adopted those languages, which was unfortunate. But there was one department at the time, that was the Department of Forestry. They adopted Setswana. And when I investigated further, I was informed that the minister at the time was Setswana speaking. Because already there were concerns whether there were no forests in the Eastern Cape if this department which deals with forests only adopts Setswana. So the point is, opportunity planning or prestige planning beyond basic education, beyond higher education, is needed so that we can have confidence in our diverse linguistic resources. Because it is one thing learning our languages, it is one thing being taught in our languages, and another thing altogether when we get to the linguistic market or the job market and our linguistic capital doesn't count for anything. So the point is, our linguistic heritage needs to be celebrated even in the most prestigious of spaces, not just to be showcased as markers of our identity, but also as means to access resources, means to access capital, means to access employment. Until then, it will be difficult. I remember we had a student who wrote a very beautiful thesis about how SABC can transform linguistically using African languages. And she got a job at the SABC, but all her programs are in English. And we can't blame her. That's what the job market demands. And that is where transformation actually needs to happen. So, is linguistic parity a reality that will live in our lifetime or a pipe dream? I think we can reflect, but I think we'll remember in the early days of the GNU, there was the language barrier and how it threatened the GNU before it had actually grown teeth, right? And then not long ago again, there was also a scandal around the Afrikaans news bulletin. What does all that show? If we go back to the question that I asked, has the language rights dimension enabled us to realize social cohesion? I think you can still see that we remain a volatile nation because in as much as lots of milestones have been made, particularly on the legislative arena, there is lots of work that still needs to be done for our mother tongues to be celebrated as means to meaningful transformation, whereby our own linguistic competencies, not only in English or Afrikaans, can enable us to compete, to participate meaningfully. By means of final reflections, I think it is beyond question that South Africa is a typically linguistically rich African society. Multilingualism is a main feature of Africa, right? Legislatively, South Africa has done so well. The best language policy you will find in South Africa because it allows everyone a right to their language and to any language, right? And South Africans are mindful linguistically. That's why we are so ready to fight for our languages. We are passionate, which bodes so well for the realization of our linguistic rights. And as I have outlined, huge milestones have been made in basic education, in higher education, but the country is actually more diverse and more complex beyond the language policy. There are some linguistic groups that are not yet fully catered for in terms of policy, because even if the policy says you can use your language, there are others who, upon stepping on the school premises, even if they are allowed to use the mother tongue, that mother tongue is not their real mother tongue. And that takes us back to reflect on how our languages came to be. IsiXhosa as an example, right? There are still contestations over standard IsiXhosa, whereby Amampondo, for example, will tell you that IsiXhosa sisitshwe esikolweni is as good as a foreign language to us. So we actually have linguistic minorities who are still yearning for recognition. And while we celebrate these rights, at the same time, there are these global forces whereby linguistic hegemony continues to reign. So we find ourselves in that unenviable position where, while celebrating our rights, while enjoying our rights, in some cases we are forced to choose between having education, which is available not in our mother tongue, and choosing the mother tongue, which at the moment does not give you full access to that education. And as such, the struggle for linguistic and associated rights continues. And I think it is important that when we talk about linguistic rights, we don't separate them from the other rights, because in the world in which we live, all rights are actually important, but there are other rights which seem to be more important than others. And I think that becomes maybe the pitfalls of democracy. And even within the language space, where linguists will tell you that, no, God did not make English more important than Chivenda. And the Constitution says they are equal. But in the real world, some languages, just like in Animal Farm, are more important than others. Enkosi.
Siyabonga babankomo, re a leboga bayadanki, thank you very much. Ndiabulela. Let's go on with our program, but before, Nkomo touched on pertinent issues that affect us, especially from the school level. And one of my children are in a school, dual medium school. They teach in both Afrikaans and English. And because of lack of other languages, my children had to do English as a home language. And I'm happy that it's not termed mother's language or mother's tongue, it's home language, because I believe there's nothing that can represent the mother's tongue. And I read something from linguists. They believe that a child, actually I was wondering why should we call it mother tongue and not father tongue? I mean, the DNA there, it's mine. We should call it father tongue. And I understand their argument that the first time the child acquires languages is when they are in their mother's bellies. That's when they start learning the language. And second time, mothers are nurturers. We just have children and they are there. But mothers will come and nurture those children. And the first language that the child will learn is that one that the mother will use to bring the child. So nothing will represent mother's tongue. And I believe that as South Africa, we will recognize that. And I don't think it is impossible for us to be taught. Remember, when you are in school, if you are asked a question in English, the first response that comes to your mind is your mother tongue. And because you can't translate that into English, you fail. If you are given an opportunity to answer in the language you are thinking, probably would have been having best students ever in African culture. Thank you very much, Sam, for that. I am going to request our musician. He's going to give us music. By the way, Nkomo means komo. Am I right? It means a cow. And a cow is one animal that is respected in African culture. We know that when in Setswana we say, so we are happy that Kgorong wele, and we are celebrating our language. So as they are going to and introduce Rangwane Mpho Monareng to come up front to the stage, and his duty is to respond. So over to you, musician.
Good morning. Good morning. Are you having a good time? Are you sure? And by the way, did you greet your neighbor when you came? You said hi. And you said in your language, please don't lie to me. Did you say hi? All right. My name is Neva Piri. I'm residing in Mpumalanga, but I'm originally from Malawi. How many have ever heard about that country, Malawi? You know Malawi, right? So, yes. Oh, I heard Chichewa there. So this is how we greet in my language. We say, Mulibwanji, and then we respond, Ndilibwino. Can we try it? Mulibwanji. Ndilibwino. Mulibwanji. You are lying. Mulibwanji. Yeah, we're getting there. So I'm gonna do a song. It has been written in 3 languages. My vernacular language. There is also Tonga, as well as is it Tswana? Yes. So the song talks about the fruitfulness of Africa, just reminding Africa what it has, and also reminding Africa of its beauty and to take care of itself.
Ndisayankile palichimbodzi singalolele kongokhala chete Afrika yasaonongeke ine ndikuona umuuze Mama Afrika umuuze Mama Afrika Azizi Samalila Azizi Tetezela umuuze Mama Afrika Mama Afrika Pelaena Mama Afrika Pelaena Mama Afrika Atikatalela ikaisile Pelaena Mama Afrika Mama Afrika Mama Afrika Mama Afrika ikokomele ikatale Mama Afrika Mama Afrika umuuze Mama Afrika umuuze Mama Afrika Azizi Samalina Azizi Tengetela umuuze Mama Afrika Pelaena Mama Afrika Pelaena Mama Afrika ikatalela ihlaisile Pelaena Mama Afrika Mama Afrika. Do I have stronger speaking people? Can we just sing it together? Say Pelaena Mama Afrika Pelaena Mama Afrika atikatalela ikaisile Pelaena try it one more time with Tonga. Come on, sing. Mama, come sing out. Mama Africa, Atikatalena, Ida Isile, Benaena, Mama Africa, Mama Africa. Say, Mulele, Mulele, Mama Africa, Mulele, Mulele, Mama Africa, Ichokonele, Ikatale, Mulele, Mulele, Mama Africa, Mama Africa. Umuze, umuze, Mama Africa. Umuze, umuze, Mama Africa. Azizi Samalila, Azizi Tetezera. Umuze, umuze, Mama Africa.
Bishop.
Thobela ke re dumelang molweni ninjani ba ka eno shewani ba ka eno minjani hayi fokile ke thabile kudu letšatšing la lehono. It looks like the God conspired with the artist to present the type of music that captures cross-pollination of different languages. He did explain in the beginning that he's going to be able to give us such kind of the song. You listen to the melody, it sets you down. You listen to the piano and the note and the chord, it spoke to your heart. And then you ask yourself, am I here? We got transfigured and transformed into a different world where we talk to ourselves. On two conditions and on two strict advice. I spoke with Ntate Ngomo last night. When you are students, we are of the totem of the beast. Can you tell me what you're going to say tomorrow? Arlimo, ngasobochi, onyaga unjiela mahlali. Ata soze ndikunike ndiqale ukuthi ndizothetha kantoni uzozibonela on your own. He's so difficult. I slept with a very painful heart, Datinkwem. Then there is my boss in my office, Rahadi P. She said, you speak too much. And we know that if you don't curtail you, you're going to speak the whole day, and we know your background and everything. So when you get at that stage, Obolele, very shortly. She's tiny, but she is very authoritative. And I dare not want to go back to my office and face the wrath of her speech if I were to bypass the time frame that she has given me. She said, I'm giving you the maximum of 15 minutes, but if you can move to 20 minutes. So I get little feta svagaseo. Give a hobela lintelliging. Gina mina homo, ginar homo. Ike pitim piti, gimugwena, gimudimu wango jamezi. Ndele nabula ini. Gina mungbula, ginar homo. Jale. Ke di khomundi bolela balobedi ba pomola aba begara ba konuni sabula ke rena re ba fang dipheko ke rena bana rene ke rena beng bula ba ganyati ke ba geshu ba ga mongwe ke ba geshu ba ga nkomo ke ba geshu ka gore re bina phoofolo e tee. We are falling under the same totemic idiom expression. Our idiom is basically the same. So that's why I am kind of combining almost everything. I decided not to write anything and even not to present anything. I wanted just to be conversational. Because the Hardcore Foundation, he has given us the background, and I don't want to define what he has given us. Mine is only just to kind of pinpoint on other things and be as surface as possible. Our topic is basically, our theme is basically telling us one thing. We're speaking about mother tongues. Rebolela ka dipolelo tša rena tša matswe tša letswele. O ka re go na le ba ba dirang lešada. Rakgadipi, if you could just softly, yes. So our languages belongs to us. We are reared by these languages, and we speak them to ourselves, and they make us to see the world. The first time when we were born, we saw the world, we visualized it, we listened to what our mothers were telling to us, talking to us, even before birth. When they have clashes, mommy and daddy, we picked up the tension. We started to understand the world prior to being born. And when we got born, basically, we are going to pick up everything that is being said, and we craft what is called grammar. We visualize it, and that grammar is going to generate a finite set of sentences that will make us to interact again. That is very important. We call that the mother tongue because we say it's related to rearing, it's related to womma. When she poked fun of me, this language is very important. Very important because when we interact with our studies, we are using the different sets of languages that we have got, and one of the key language that gave you the world view is your mother tongue, which is why we're celebrating it today. Very key. It is this language that is basically central to yourself. So, Ndadungomo gave us the background. He spoke about the system that make us to speak in one language. And to bash English, to bash any other languages, is to look at the different system. As we day, it cannot be accepted. For us to be able to talk to God, in case your mind is thinking in a monolithic way in one language. The sense that we think Shikwembu can only hear us when we speak a language that has been systematized in ourselves, then is very basically flawed. The system problematize or the roba or the tubahanya or the guy. Gasarishu yengwe dipolelo ja Limpopo gishitsonga rere gishilo shamashango. When is something very beautiful gishilo shamanyunyu. So, the system, the idea is basically to make sure that re builda Shilo Shama Nyunyu from Shilo Shama Shango. These languages cannot be parallel. Multilingualism, how these languages are used. We're talking about the languages intersecting. When they intersect, they give you a particular worldview that is richer than when you use only one language. That does not mean that you need to deface your mother languages, but the combination of those languages give you an extra edge, an extra intelligence, an extra wisdom of seeing the world in a different way. You use the different advantages that each and every language gives you, that is in your head, when you interpret things, when you meet with people. Because each and every language, in a best way to define, to describe, and to use a particular concept. I'll give you an example. Gijogile, the super province, Yalimpopo. So, Gizabadi Polology in Chijahai. When we're happy at home, Tatana Shinyori will tell you. When we are happy at home, down Zanin line, going to Guyana, going to Bushback Ridge, we are not saying whether Umsutu or Umklosa or Umung Ariri Retavile or Rijahabut or Riketli. Rere. Ihanya Wutomi. We live life. But when you say we live life, it is very diluted, it doesn't mean anything. But this concept is used by everybody Walimpopo, regardless of Gumuvenda, Gimusutu, or Gimuswati, or Gimundebele. Gamugari Rihanya Wutomi, we capture that essence. Ndela Ibreka, the boundaries Yadi languages. And that representation, Ikamu Korena. I'll give you another example that I normally refer to most of the time. Kibolela Sutsalwa, Rakhadi ka linyalo laka, o ile wa khatlisha kudu bukosimolo. Ke mkhonyana wa ko Xhoseni. Msadi aga o jwa maXhoseni. Ge go nyadiwa Rakhadi go bile ka tsela. When we get married, this is how it happens. And I want you to use this. I sort of nyaka o swenga ka linyalo laka. But I want you to understand the intersection, humanities and the languages and the culture. Kemusutu aloboa, kibiginyaga uniform ya sutu saloboa mugono lobo nchayo. Okay, emela khomu gumurediaga ke lasboniaga, ke khomu ke mudwa banare. Ueberi sararishu, ke se tswapo. What happened is this Rakhadi Bukosimnen, Komiari Shunkom. Rego Inchua Mahadi, Rumeji, a delegate. That delegate, Ibe Idi relay, give us to Valabo, Babolela, Setwap. Who were Nale? Bavenda ba rabutata ka re ke ba gesho go bo wena le batsonga ba ga Mongwe go bo wena le Baswati ba ga Nkomo ke delegation iya ya kwa ka se ga gesho. The key point when you send people to go and marry, the leading person ke Rakgadi. We send them into the house for Robela Sohasamezi. When we got there, when we got there, Batikuti, Abafazi Bafanandunya. Mabapume asnintis kateta nabo lebafazi. Sizongena Butlanti, Abafazi are not allowed to get into Butlanti. So the conflict started. It was an interesting mix. And when you look at the complexion of the different kind of dress code, maluma aga ba beri to ela I di relation. It's a reflection of almost everybody. Then we had to look for somebody who speaks English to mediate, because none of these people wanted to compromise. Then umamazala, utatazala atukubo, kanti lo mfana uvela phi lo mntu? Sithuma ukuthi umSuthu, kanti uvela phi lo mntu? Why bacingile the way bacingile ngakhona? Hayi man, siyasola apha, ayikho lento. So, this is a short story. I will end up there so that I don't take time. One of my boss is sitting here. She's gonna hit me hard. So the reason why I give you this background is that out of that interaction of different people, languages and culture, there's a product that came out of that. And that product is basically representing the multiplicity of the existence of a human nature. And I will tell you that that is where the essence of language comes into place. Because we collapsed, we didn't even use English for a long time. Umalumwame is basically serious Rahadi. Aragitowaba ki kua, agitowaba ki tos. Gitowaba ki aes. I'm not going to speak isiXhosa, I'm not going to speak Sekgowa, I'm not going to speak anything. Gitowaba ki aes. I'm going to express myself. So it was the duty, and I saw something very important, Rahadi. Everything went well. Everybody was speaking in his own language. Linguilage. Everything went well, and everybody was speaking in his own language. But when we speak, we think that these languages are completely different. They cannot intersect. They intersect. They contribute to the set of knowledges that we're creating almost all the time. Again, when I want to close, because Rahadi is going to kill me. Who am I? And I want you also to ask yourself. No. You are a person. Setswana asipolelo ya reng. Setswana ke the language that you speak. You've got the same claim. Yeah, Chivenda, like Bukosimo. Because it is the language that is in the country, the language that is surrounding you. The same language, ya Nama language, ya the Khoisan people. Ginali claim Moyona because there's something in me, blood-wise, spiritual-wise, that connect me to that language. So what I wanted to leave is a message, Rahadi Kgorong. There's nobody with a language. There's everybody who is a person. And the language itself facilitates that intersection, ya humanity. That if you bar this type of language from getting into the central position, you're learning and teaching, doing business, living and loving, then you are de-peopling us. You are de-peopling yourself. Again, I'm going to dehumanize. Everybody's using that. It's become a clear shade. You are de-okinchabutu. Okinchabutlali. In the beginning they never said there was a language. You got that? Never said that there was a language. They said in the beginning there was a word. So linju. If you look at the kind of titling of our session today, we spoke of the voices. We never said, and it's the key word, the key phrase. We said the voices. And voices indicate what? The languages comes in. They're secondary. So then use all these languages expressing Botu. Then you can be able to access your divinity, access your intelligence. So very key. Very, very key. All right. Gibegili mo radio station, TV station early in the morning around 6. They ask me questions, Rahadi. You asked me the same questions you last year. Umbujisha before we could speak. I said, every time, hey, mother tongue language, hey, leader, hey, preservation, hey, man, let's move forward. Let's raise the level and the quality of questions indicating progression in inculcating multilingualism as we go forward. But we said the same thing. I mean, Gili involved in commentating on radio and television, I think from 1998 when I was at Rao. So, the same kind of questions. And that's what you should feel all the time. And that's what you should, all of us coming together, thinking about the national agenda. The national agenda, multilingualism. The Global South agenda, multilingualism. The agenda is to foreground these languages as serious language of living. And living does not mean only sitting and laughing. Living is learning, it's praying, it's all other things that we do as we live. So our directorate and our university and our portfolio and our department inculcate the implementation of the language policy. Yeri implementing, what we are talking about is not really Sesotho se develop se kwa, Setswana se develop se kwa, dipolelo tlhakanan ka mtlhogo le thushe ngwana yo a kgone go kwishisha se ba mo thusha ba mo rutang sona. All these languages naturally get into the head of this person. Let this person use the possibilities, the intelligences, the knowledges that this language is going to give to you. There are three last things that I'm going to conclude. One, epistemology. Knowledge. Building of knowledge. And we as a university are interested in our businesses about epistemology, involving the students into the creation of knowledge, requesting lecturers to use particular methodology to pass this knowledge and to make the student co-create knowledge with ourselves. So only the three theories. Give theory by rationalism. Rationalism talk about reasoning, that you can create, you can form knowledge alone because you can reason. Yabubedigi empiricism. Ere ogatseva fela you always know hormolo wa chuba ho ishijelo tsola waswa. So the practical science, the experience, measure the two, they give you a particular world of view. When I list skepticism, that gets into an element of questioning these two. And when you talk about that, you're going to ask, when we say knowledge, stetagantoni. Tsebo ya ba re fang yona ke yona goba ke ba ya gango Rebecca tselaging is the knowledge that you are being taught and the system that you are accumulating the real knowledge, or is it the knowledge to put you in a subjective position for the rest of your life so that you behave in a particular way? And how behave in a particular way ke re o tlo thoma gore sa ga genu a sepolelo o tsebe go e realo ora gore wa ke denounce ba ge shuba re a intshi boloko ka moka e shia ya go leta mogodu gore se ke ya tla go loma ke mala.
Thank you very much, Rangwani, and we appreciate you. You are challenging us to do things differently, you know, and it reminded me of a quote that is mainly, you know, associated with Albert Einstein, who says, he was trying to define what insanity is. And he says insanity, it's doing one thing over and over again, but expecting different results. And I believe that if we do that way, we will see the results that Pansalp is envisaging, or whoever that is in this language. Thank you very much. And and we have learned that But you have said something very profound, that before being Motswana, ke motho. And that speaks to every one of us. We should look at each other as a person before the language. And that will take us very far. Question and answer session. I believe that you have questions ready for us. I don't know if we have a roving mic somewhere. Let's take a few questions. We have our experts up front here. Whenever they answer your question correctly, let me just whisper in your ears. It's me giving them answers. But when they are wrong, it's not me, it's them. So let's ask them questions. First question, who wants to shoot? Even if it's a comment, it's okay. Students, staff, there's a hand right at the back. Mike, please. To my left. Media team, is it possible to get the second mic for them here?
Nkabolela. Ke a leboha. We heard that if we were to learn things in our own languages, it will be far much better. We can comprehend the subjects of the themes quicker. But my question is, there is one thing learning in our own language. Do we have the material in those languages? I'm not talking about language like Sepedi, Setswana, etc. I'm talking about science, economics, mathematics, those commercial business type of things. Do we have material in those? Because if the material is ready tomorrow, I can tell you, many of our learners, whether at school level or at university level, will want to go for that. But I don't think we are at that stage where we need to, where we have got that material. And maybe that's the focus. That when we say to people, let's promote our languages, let's learn in our own languages, they should have that material ready so that they can switch. Currently, we have proven it's possible all over the world. I mean, you have got Japanese, you have got Russians, Chinese, they learn those things in their own languages, but they are at the top when it comes to the world. But about us, we yearn to learn in those languages, but the material is not there to support our ambitions to learn in those languages. Thank you very much.
Maybe. Thank you, Ndade, for the wonderful question that you've asked. Material on. The material in African languages galore. The problem is us creating the space for the material to work. Tatungomo will tell you, we have developed lots of terminology, long time ago, even up to now. If you take that terminology like bear behind the door, then the language is not going to develop. Remember, language develops when you use it. If you don't use it, it dies. Reverena Lady Bugari Diradi theorem, Nagwigwala from 3. Yeah, from 2 or from 3. Reverena mathematics gas soto salvo. If you want to catch venda, the gas song. Nagelere, our material ray.
Another question? Comment from?
Dima Cheron.
Wait a minute. Let's get a comment from
yeah, in line with the same question, I think it's a very good question. Because our language, it means we must build that language. Now, an example is the Afrikaans. Afrikaans is one of the most developed language. Why? Because the whatever government put resources to develop this language, And some of us, we say, let's use African languages, but it will not really work if you don't put the political will and say, let's put resources to develop these languages. And some of us, if you read the Knowledge 1 and Knowledge 2 mode production of knowledge, we build knowledge. If you go to Japan, if you go to South Korea, and one of the things that I think which we may start to do, even think of doing, and that is also the advice that I gave the minister when I was at DHET in 2018-19, is that until we build it from school level, we will never win, And when Dr. Mutsadiri was the MEC Limpopo, I loved his idea because he just said to all of us in this province, from grade 1 to grade 2, you will learn in your language. You are not going to learn anything in English. However, Runa Batswad is us who says, why aren't you teaching them in these languages? Lastly, I had one case. I was once an SGB person at one Model C school, and we went all out and employed SGB teachers to teach Setswana le Sepedi. The next thing, when January came, I was attacked to say, Ntate Chibase, unyakore bana ba hae ba tsebe English, ba rona ba tsebe English, why ba rutiwe ka Sepedi le Setswana. And for me, I was just saying, as an advocate of African languages, and also, I really love to promote African languages. Prof. Mahanu, when I was at UJ, my dissertation was around multiculturalism and teaching sense in a classroom. And one conclusion was that because by then Model C schools were opening up for black children. And however, the teachers and even the black children could not cope with the teaching mechanism. And le mahuwa ne bantse ba tseba ba teacher ka Afrikaans. We are not bana, you start to teach them in English. How do you really build in psychological and social issues to translate this learning and this knowledge into their mother tongue?
Let's do this. I will recognize few hands and they ask questions. I see that there's some interest. That the Shiva say, "Unkopota nakoni girasa B." Kosa B di lady palo. I dira mathematics, and kiti mola palo. Neruita mola palo. So we can still teach in that. Well, there's one hand there, and another one, the second hand, the third hand, a gentleman in a green shirt, and lastly, one hand here. Can we take them in that order? Then we'll give them opportunity to answer.
And Macheroni, Aksheni, Dumelang, Molo. Mine, I will use one of those African languages that I mentioned, or 2 or 3 of them. Langandila ori muchimbiza mshumo. Musi vachi swika mudini. Vachi tanganedziwa. Vatanganedziwa nga luambo lwa hanepo. Musi ndichi swika Kgorong. Ndati munaring voamba nga musi vachi ya Maxhoseni. Nditenda uri vori vachi swika geteni. Vasidzana va Maxhosa. Vada geteni. Vaswika vari mall. Rine vachudeni vashu musi vachisvika pano musi vachiriridzera kha lutingo rivapindura nga English ribalelwa hani uri vha putedze mbili nthihi uri vha fhindulwe nga Tshivenḓa, mbili uri vha fhindulwe nga Tshitswana, tharu uri vha fhindulwe nga Tshizulu. Ri thoma hani u vha funza luambo lwa ḓamuni? Musi vho no swika ra vha fha bugu dza u vhala, nga hafha ro vha ṱanganedza nga luambo lu si lwa ḓamuni. Ndo livhuwa.
Good morning. I've just heard that we have a challenge with the resources in one of the presentations. Insofar as we try to implement language transformation. And also political will. My question on that would be, which political will are we referring to here? Is it institutional politics? Is it national political will? Could you please elaborate on this? And secondly, at Unisa, we lack capacity, internal capacity, I think, because we have developed long lists of terminologies, and that's as best as we have been able to do this far, at least in the majority of modules or colleges, so to speak. I would want to find out what the institution is doing to capacitate academic departments to go beyond just the collection of terms and translation of those terms. What is the state of our budget insofar as supporting this project is concerned? And lastly, the VP, thankfully, just shared with us that when he was at UJ, he did a dissertation on how institutions should be teaching in our indigenous languages. My question to the Honorable VP is, how can we, as institutions and as Unisa in particular, leverage on your findings from this particular thesis so that it doesn't gather dust if it has started to? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lefangali Meng. I am a student here at the University of the Land. My question is directly to Prof. Ngomo. Prof. Ngomo, he produced the significant two pictures mentioning this side of is Santen and this side Alexandra. So, what is the significance of those pictures you have produced, Prof? Because of in Santen, they have to speak the certain language that everyone will understand. Then at Alexandra, they have to they will interact. So, can you get clarity on that because of these pictures? And you produce the thing that everyone in here in the house, they have to consider it because of there is a mirror, a wall inside those houses you have produced, say, and Kua Alexandra is only shacks, and every in a manner where but on that Santen, there is a wall. When I have to go that side, I have to gate and clarity on that or what is the reason behind or say or Prof you produce that thing? I think my question is valid.
Okay. Last question here.
Hi everyone. So I know that, okay, I've been, first of all, honorable mention these two beautiful ladies because I've been listening, but I was watching the sign language and I feel like sign language wasn't spoken about enough. So I have a question. How does prioritizing spoken languages over sign language affect the deaf students' access to learning and participating specifically at Unisa? That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the three questions we'll ask Ntate Monarin to respond, and the barrier question, the N1 barrier question, will be responded to by Ntate Nkomo. I'll take you in the second round.
I'm going to try to avoid the question that Homo asked. Yeah, I think it was much about the classroom situation and materials and everything, and preparation of the academics to deal with incorporating multilingualism within their space. We, as the Directorate Language Services, are teaching academics how to teach multilingualism, multilingually. We have adopted what's referred to as multilingual sense-making pedagogy, and there are multitude of those. So we have picked one among many, which is called translanguaging, which means you use the different platform that is in your head and the languages that you've got, you break the boundaries, you use them to read, to study, to understand, which the English calls it comprehension. Comprehension so that you can eventually pass. I think that can be used in the classroom, all the different languages together. And then we also think that we need to prepare the academics to teach, to teach in that kind of environment. So we're talking about methodology that cut across the languages. I'll give you an example. When you teach, if you're a teacher and trained as a teacher, before you go to class, you don't take a book and go and read for people. You sit down and prepare a lesson plan. The lesson plan, when you want to put in the multilingual aspect on it, you can allow your little souls that you teach to think about a particular topic that you want to teach in his own way and write the way he sees it. Second level, you allow the very students to meet with other students speaking different languages with different kind of vintage point. They sit together and then they share ideas. Everybody speaking his own language. You're breaking the barriers. What you're interested in is to share the worldview created by them, by the multitude of languages that they bring into that space. That is something that needs to be taught, trained to the lecturers to be able to do that. When you do that, you are allowing the students to use their knowledge and see them as part and parcel of knowledge construction, so that what they will understand will not be something that is going to be memorized. It's not about the memory, it's about understanding. If you are so close and in love with English, then you can bring in your English when you deal matter of them responding to the question or the test or the assignments that you want them to produce, because in your classroom, Bari, the only official language is English. Then you allow them to respond in English. But what is important is that the basis of understanding the language, what you're teaching them, has been created from different points. From me, I, individually, how I see it. You collapse that with everybody, what they see, you make an understanding, then you produce that in a different language. In a very simplistic word, but it's something that we are training people to be able to do that. Obviously, there is an element of the material that we will be giving the academics to be able to deal with it. So that's basically what we do. So the material is not a problem, Daddy. The material is galore. The material that we've got can make you to move to another level if you give it a space. If we were to come up to a point where we're going to say assessment at Unisa can be done in a different language, we can choose 2 or 3 and say this is going to be done. But I know academics, they're going to say, well, but nag is this bolel. ke tlo dira jang. But remember, the concept and the principle that we're adopting is incremental. We start from the beginning and we grow as we move on. Ke arabi?
I think I've been given a difficult one, and I'll give it a try. I'm not sure to what extent I understood it, and that will determine how far I judiciously deal with it. I think the analogy of the N1 and that divide, can actually be seen when we look at the languages themselves. How language is seen is also how we can see ourselves and the world around us. And I'll draw from what Tate Monareng said earlier on. And that's what I tried to address at the very end of my presentation when I said, while we celebrate our languages, particularly these that are recognized by the Constitution and the language policies, we have to bear in mind that the issue of language itself is much more complex than the Constitution can handle. It goes back to how the languages themselves were developed and recognized. Who said, lesi sisiZulu, lesi sisiXhosa? Who said, this is Santin and this is Alex? And who determined who stay where? This is where the language question becomes political. So, in the beginning, he said there was the word, but when it came to linguistic hegemony, in the beginning there was a missionary, right? The missionary came, found people using language. We can't say how many languages were spoken in South Africa pre-colonial, right? But languages evolved and became as product of colonial and missionary processes, whereby the preaching of the word at the time, which could not thrive through the use of a colonial language that I'm using now, there was recognition that around this mission station, people speak this way. And then we will call this language maybe isiXhosa, because the king or the ancestor of the king who actually gave the missionaries space was called Umxhosa or Xhosa, right? And then some linguistic varieties which were related were then sort of clubbed together under this banner of isiXhosa, right? Where exactly the boundary was to be drawn between isiZulu, isiXhosa, isiNdebele, isiSwati, which are all Nguni languages, which are all mutually intelligible, was arbitrary. It depended on what the missionaries wanted to do. It depended on how close it was around the mission station and how far the other mission station was. That's how the languages happened. But this goes backwards to the 16th century to say this is German, this is English. If you look at some of those European languages again, they are so related, it's so difficult to say this is Swedish, this is Norwegian, right? But the standard language culture was for convenience. It created these languages, and by so doing, and then it started to place certain labels on people. UngumXhosa, ungumZulu, ungumpedi, and then people start to become different. So that is sort of some form of social engineering. But then when it comes to how the space looks like, it becomes a case, we want to build a residential area here. It will be an upmarket one. It's for educated people or people with more resources. You build it here. And then others come and say, we want to build our own here. We don't have so much resources, but there's land here. And then others will say, this is illegal. We don't want this place here, these people here. It will actually become an eyesore around around Sandton. But then at the end, you end up having that. At the end, it actually creates those boundaries and starts to classify people. It's almost the same with language at the end. You actually use those resources that your own circumstance can afford you to, which is what actually transpires again in the schools. Those who are able to use the more powerful languages are the ones who are going to access the more superior education, the more superior kind of life that others won't be able to achieve. That's why at the end, Alexander says, when we are looking at the issues of language, monolingualism versus multilingualism, we are actually dealing with class issues, with race issues, questions of who has what and who doesn't have. So it's actually a very complex one where at the end it's actually beyond our choices. But the point is, it's not what it was. It's something that was actually created. It's man-made. Just like at the end, Ntate Monareng was advising that before maybe siqhayise ngobuXhosa ngobuZulu bethu, we must actually remember that we are a people. I'm not sure if I did justice to that question, but I also wanted to try to respond to the question that was asked about resources. I think Ntate Monareng already delved into that. The DVC had already answered that question. The question of, do we have materials to use this language? It's a convenient one, a convenient question of avoiding implementation, because the languages that are powerful now were not originally powerful, and that goes for English. Before the 1600s, English was not what it was today. In fact, English was actually in a worse position than what isiXhosa is today. And by the same token, isiXhosa was written much earlier than Afrikaans. The history of writing in isiXhosa is actually older than the history of writing in Afrikaans. But because of investment in Afrikaans, only politics, only some activists who can say we don't want Afrikaans in our language policy can stop the use of Afrikaans. But when it comes to other languages, we can at least still say, do we have the resources? Do we have the textbooks? The textbooks have to be produced by people, and they can only develop through use, as Ntate Monareng actually said. So when it comes to the question of political will, I liked that you actually gave it some nuance. You asked whether it's national or government will or institutional will. Political will, I think for a long time has been used conveniently by us academics. We say we are not able to use our languages because there is lack of political will from government. But what are we doing as individuals? What are we doing as academics? For me, political will should also include agency. Agency that I, as an academic, can exercise to open space within my class or my course to say students who speak this language are allowed to try to think through this concept in their own language and come back to class and share how they understand it, starting from their own conception in their own language. Maybe to share some work that we are doing towards that end. Another project that I'm leading, and we are collaborating with the University of Free State, UCT, UWC, University of Limpopo, and Central University of Technology. We have said since the 1990s and even before, we were producing glossaries. But students do not read glossaries, right? They engage with information in their classes. So how can they use those glossaries? We are actually trying to produce textbooks in that project. It's 7 universities. Each of the 7 universities is producing 2 textbooks. The disciplines that are covered, they include economics, environmental and water management, statistics, engineering, and the health sciences. And the work that we are doing so far indicates that it is actually possible to teach those disciplines in languages other than English. Enkos.
Thank you very much. I think the only remaining question goes to the director, DLS, the sign language one.
All right, I try to avoid that, but so okay, the sign language, yes, we acknowledge that we haven't reached the level that we want to. We have limited ourselves to provision of sign language, particularly for the people that are at virtual platform, like those who are not here. So you can see they're doing the signage. What we want to do is to create a community, to have a community of signing people to join the institution so that we don't tick the box. When we speak to them real life, and we're making their language a reality. When we pick up sufficient signing community, that's where we're going to be engaging them in the learning and teaching environment. We are creating that foundation, and we'll eventually make sure that that is covered. I think you made us feel guilty.
As I'm going to take the last round of hands, I saw hands flying up. What has been said here goes back to what Ndate Monaren said, that we should see each other as a person first before everything. And Prof. Nkomo here emphasized on it to speak about classification when speaking of Santen and Alex. The Gauteng Department of Education recently, not long, came up with a terminology of twinning. They were twinning schools, where they would twin one school which has capacity with those. And one of the first schools that they were trying to twin was one in Alex and one in Santen. Because of classes, that couldn't work. So that N1 is a problem. M1 is a problem. Hence, I think there was a hand. Okay, I'll take you first and go to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Dr. Moleko, and 6. Those are the 6 hands we are going to take. And other questions during lunch, we have a network session.
Leina la ka ke Mogadi Mathole. Putshiso ya ka ke ka dipolelo ja go tshwana le bo Setlokwa, Selobedu, Sehananwa, Setswapo le tše dingwe tše le goreng molaotheo wa rena ga o di lemoge jwalo ka dipolelo tše le goreng di santse di šomišwe tša go ngwalwa mohlomongwe. Potšišo ya ka ke gore na ana tšona go tlo direga eng ka tšona. E tlo no ba dipolelo tša go no bolelwa fela, ra opela dikoša ka tšona go tshwana le Khelobedu, re a opela dikoša tša bo Monada le bo Shandeshi bjalo bjalo, go tlo direga eng ka tšona. batho ba ke maketse kudu ge le bolela gore lena polelo ya gabo lena ke setswapo ebile ke maketse kudu ge ke bona moaparo wa ona gore o nyakile go tshwana le Selobedu. Di tlo feleletša kae? Re tlo no bolela fela ra no bolela a na o kgone gore re ngwale dibuku ka tšona, a na o kgone gore bafetoledi ba fetolele ba ngwale tshedimošo ka dipolelo tše. O tlo dirageng ka tšona man? Ke potšišo ya ka, ke a leboga.
Dumela. Na ke nna Tio wa Mabata. Ke nna Molobedu. Ga ba re file privilege na se re ape ka maleme a Yesu. Ke ra le nne re ke šomise ke le se sekgoanyana nase. Ke be ke nyaka go buisa ka re ke dule se ka bua ba ka taba ya English. Ore batho ba juro ba English as their home language and le rena ba juro kwa re ba Selobedu. A re kumane di privileges tsa o tshwana cause nna go hola o tamile ke thome ke rute language ya Yesu ne a ke feja ke ya sekoloni if really o tamile ke tsebe gore ntwe ke se dilo ka language ya Yesu. So after I go swara 10 o tamile ke tsebe gore it's a chair that's cool. So it ria ga na go ntwe so because I believe China is one of the best developed country in the world. So, and they are not forced to speak English. So, it's very much sad. Because there's a lamra. So, regai look seven rabeso. Regai look seven. Ke question ya. Thank you.
The person that is speaking, my name is Unisa Sashamdluli. So now, first of all, I would like to upload, I would like for us to clap hands for Unisa, because Unisa, when you are registering, you're being asked which language do you prefer, meaning that you are able to write exam using your own language. And then as I proceed, I'm a law student. Originally, I'm Tsonga. Most law firms requires Afrikaans and English. Today, you are students. Tomorrow, will be graduating and seeking employment. What advice can you give someone who would prefer doing an interview in their mother language in a company where they specifically specified that they prefer Afrikaans or English? Looking at the rate of unemployment, we cannot say wait for a company that will say we prefer Tsonga speaking or Pedi speaking. So what advice can you give us as students today, because tomorrow we'll be seeking employment? Thank you very much.
I think, remember, there was somebody before Doc.
Dumela. My name is Kwena.
So I would like I would like to actually say that transforming English into being, giving education to each and every single student, learners, and anyone who's actually trying to be educated. Transforming it into their mother language would actually bring a big platform, meaning that students and learners would be able to communicate in the language that they are comfortable in. So my question is, when those students are actually graduates, what is going to happen to them? Because some others would have been educated in isiZulu, isiXhosa, any other language that they're educated in. So companies actually prefer different languages, but most commonly it's English. So will those students that actually learned in their mother language, will they be finding any employment? That's my question.
Okay. Dumela, Thobela.
Goya More. My name is Kwena Kabelo Rapetwa. So I've been always asking this question about the educational system in South Africa. Remember, we used to have Bantu education where they are separating a lot of people in South Africa. So now we are in 2026. But the quality of education is still not the same. You go to private schools, they are performing very well. Then you come to public schools. Everyone is struggling to pass their mother tongues. So we're asking ourselves, what went wrong? Because in the past, majority of the Bantu education, they were too good in African languages. But in today's language, we are saying, where did we go wrong with our home languages? But why is it always the first additional language too easy? The second additional language is always easy, but the home language is difficult. Then now we have to say, is there a possibility that we still going to ensure that the younger generation that we are giving birth to, are they going to preserve our languages? So that's my question for today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Dr. Muliko, then the last hand will be that side.
Thank you very much. My question is really about the nature of language. We all know that language is very dynamic. It is not static, it's forever evolving. And the presence of technology in our lives makes it even more dynamic. It is increasing the speed at which language is expected to evolve. So my question is to Dr. Monareng, I think. How aligned are we in terms of the development of our languages with the development of technology? Are we able to say in an African language what robotics is? We were sitting here and trying to figure out what artificial intelligence would be in Setswana, for instance. Are we catching up? Are we behind schedule? Are we aligned with the rate of technological advancement in terms of the language development? That is my question to you, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question.
Hello. My question, I think it's almost similar, but my question is based on collaboration with different departments, right? So I am in the psychology department, and then one thing that I've realized is that e.g. there's an assessment that we call the SIs, right? So the last time the SIs was revised was in 1992. And I wasn't even born in 92. And the very same assessment that was in 92, I'm conducting now in 2026. It's only in English and in Afrikaans, meaning that it is failing a child who does not understand English or does not understand Afrikaans. In this regard, what we usually do is if a child does not understand either Afrikaans or English, we then get an interpreter, which now you are spending more money as opposed to having it in various languages, right? And then my other point is, even within the assessments, there's certain words, even I as an English, well, I consider myself fluent in English, that I do not understand. So you'd get a word like sweltering. And if I would ask 10 people in this room, you'll need to Google what sweltering is. And usually it's a picture of a man sitting under a tree. And then now you can see it's hot and the man is sweating. Then it means it's extremely hot. And if we were to ask a 7-year-old and say, show me a picture that goes hand in hand with sweltering, they wouldn't understand. But me as a Swati speaking person, if I was asked in Siswati, I would definitely be able to pinpoint a person sitting under a tree and sweating. So my question is, what is the linguistic department doing, or trying in collaborating with the psychology department so that psychology in South Africa is more fitting for an African child?
Thank you. I'm not sure who's starting.
I will try a few related questions, especially on English hegemony and the example of China. I think the DVC in his opening speech actually alluded to that Africa is one continent where children get their education in a language that is not their mother tongue. In all the other parts of the world, including China that colleague there referred to, that is what is happening, and that is what is actually normal. If I may add, in the case of China and other parts of Asia, it is actually us Africans who go there to teach English, and we'll be teaching people who are already educated in their own mother tongue, and then they will learn English when they want to go to other parts of the world. But for educational purposes, they are fully catered for in their own languages, and that actually makes them different from us when it comes to how they perform in other sectors of life, including, say, in technology. I will now quickly jump to the question that came from that corner, for example, about what can we call artificial intelligence in Setswana. That is very difficult, but for me, the difficulty is that it is not the Botswana who actually, discovered that concept intellectually. Right? So the problem is that what we are dealing with in our education are concepts, are inventions that have been made elsewhere, and we are reduced to consumers in the education system. And even what is supposed to be knowledge produced within our spaces, it is either extracted, that is studied by people who are not speakers of the language, interpreted from their own perspectives, and we find ourselves learning about ourselves from external perspectives. So that is the challenge that we have with the use of English. But unfortunately, like I said earlier, if you want to participate and if you want at the end to go as high as you can, these other languages are actually on the margins, they are on the periphery. You are forced to operate in the language that is actually not your own. And the tragedy of it, I think it was alluded to in another question as well. Even though now the Constitution, the language policies in education permit the teaching of our own languages, the effort that is put into teaching Xhosa is not the same effort that is put when it comes to English. This could be a simplistic example. We have discovered that you can get a first year who comes with a distinction in Xhosa, who struggles to write Xhosa, but they might have maybe made it with the 60s in English. They will be able to get by with that language in the various disciplines in which English is taught. So you wonder whether it is our curriculum that is not serious, or it is the teachers who are not doing a good job, but definitely the inequalities among the languages are real in the education system, whereby it would appear as if when it comes to African languages, we are content with ticking the boxes. I'm sorry to end on a negative note.
The problem is ourselves. It's us. We just need to do introspection and deal with this matter. The inculcation of the colonial concept, that is to a point of subconscious mind and automatic and natural, that is built in ourselves after a long period of colonialism, make it impossible to quickly get out of this quagmire. And that's why we have got this forum like this, to engage in matters related to language and power, language and politics, language and ideology, and language and struggle. Making sure that the idea is eventually to make sure that it's going to take a bit of a while, but that's where we're trying to go. He has touched several aspects. I'm only going to select the ones that I think he might have not touched. Dialects, Rahat, yeah. An official language is an artificial language. It is not a language. It's a particular discourse that is crafted to speak or to use at a particular platform. In this case, formal, so that idea is applicable to all the languages. So, each and every chief or king onale language yahar. That language or that polelo becomes the language of the chief or the king and the place and the area. But the construction of official language create a moment where we select from different dialects and create that artificial way of communication in this platform. This is the rules that we are going to look at. This is how, you know, Kgorong he go, because Wagwari just Soto, but you know in English he goes, right? So when you adopt those grammatical rules, you are forwarding, you are working on the artificial concept. So you have got so many dialects. That's closer. We have got also so many dialects. Unali Kaleka and all those things. But you know the Kaleka version is the one that dominates, that it becomes so powerful that it's regarded as isiXhosa. But we know that there are other languages. So what is key is that when you craft a language, you have to produce what is called orthography. It's a rule book. Your rule book should, when you say a Kilovedu must be officialized and be put on the level, your orthography is on your very, very different from Sesotho Salabo. If it reproduces that, then you are replicating the same language over and over again. But that does not mean what Kilovedu as a pole. It means that Rina, Esba Lovedu, Rina, Esba Tlokwa, we need to sit down and craft rules that differentiate Sesotho Salaboa le Setlokwa. Bialagasi Sepedi is not an official language. Sepedi is one of the dialects like Setlokwa. So listen, orthography Sepedi aero. There is no official orthography Sepedi in the world. The orthography or rule book is Sesotho Salaboa, which is why when I those kind of dynamics. Same thing applies to other languages as the Sotho language groups fail. So, a language of our own, Lovedu, Tlokwa, and Lebabang. And craft orthography that is completely different, which is the kind of the requirement that each and every language community need to meet for language we recognize as a language the other one is Tabayam. Collaboration. Rahadi, we are collaborating with everybody. We have got the language policy implementation plan where we have given different colleges the task to do. So we have got support services, we have got academics, learning and teaching and research. More regular than we craft what we want to look at to make sure that we are going to implement for the coming 5 years. One aspect is the glossary. The glossary is not effective. We are redefining it so that we have got a terminology guide that has got a concept and the definition in English, concept and a definition in Seswati. Then when you have got that, you facilitate conception. However, a word by word, how facilitate conception. Or metsi or water. There's no conception here, facilitation of conception, because it's one weight against the other. Remember, even those kind of the different dimensions that each and every language gives to see or to look at the world, the concept water, but we define in a different way. How we define it, then the two knowledges in code comes together, collapse, gyrate, and become one. Then it creates the way a particular person understands what metsiki.
Thank you very much, our guest speakers and Tate Monare. And I believe that this has set up something in your mind. The questions, you should go there and find more solutions to the problem and become part of a solution bringing. Our musicians are getting ready. I was talking to Prof. Mahano there and say, when we were in school studying Afrikaans for the first time, we had what we called tuetelach. It helped us to understand Afrikaans. And I believe we can still do that in our different languages, whatever we'll call it. Musicians, over to you. Media team, we need sound.
Realuch Lekai Arfano Kitolo pelela koshaka kase hananwa kase tokwa kase pedi kase venda ka English lina la yona ke antutulele antutulele ke be rotse jare se ba bantokwana batswadi ba re sia ka mahaeni odo kwa mogekolo ka sthakene a re antutulele ngwana o tsela ngwana robala lina la ka ke nna mo ya habo that's her name. I hope you will enjoy and God bless you. Ba o khona o dira so you can join me. It's fine. La melodia di nonyana le jajili kwelechi riba la melodia di nonyana lili ema la watu baikela masimuni bailu selela banale le malapa a bona le ema la batho ba ilela meberekoni ba ile o selela bana le malapa a bona a pahayani o salarile na bana na buru washu a pahayani o salarile na bana na buru washu Suria kona hauna muraro imichero na swiro swapana Suria kona hauna muraro imichero na swiro swapana. Let's go antu tulele say antu tulele wana rubala bomba baile masimuni wena uta pepulwa kina say antu tulele wana rubala kiribuma baile masimuni wena uta pepulwa kina when you grow up don't hate people while you kiss dogs don't hate people and claim to love God no tribalism and racism. Mama still loves you when you grow up. Don't hate people while you kiss dogs. Don't hate people and claim to love God. No tribalism and racism. Mama still loves you. Mama still loves you. Grow up for us all. Oh, yeah. Itangwaneshu, itarupe pula, itarupe pula, itangwaneshu. Kita rope pula, kita rope pula, kiri antu tulele, wana rubala, o kiri buma, baile masimuni, wena utla. Pepulwa kina o kiribuma baile masimuni wana utla pepulwa kina oh antu tulele wana rubala tulele wana rubala. I say when you grow up don't hate people while you kiss dogs. Don't hate people and claim to love God. No tribalism and racism. Mama still loves you, so itangwaneshu, itarupe pula, itarupe pula, e tla ngwaneso ke tla go pepula e tla ke tla go pepula. Thank you very much.
I think in that song we see collaboration. The mother went to the fields, and this other mother saying, "Come, my child, I'll take care of you. As she's working, I'll be taking care of you." And thank you for that song. We are proceeding with our program. I believe then this one will be Tlatla, and we are done. The message of support, mother language as a path to inclusion, breaking the linguistic, cultural, and educational barriers. We will have message of support from different units, departments, and colleges. We will start with Ntate Ndlagamandla, who is in the College of Human Sciences. Ba ile go ebetsa mabala a kgaka.
Good afternoon. Sanibonani ninjani? Niyaphila? Thanks. This is a wonderful moment. I mean, where we come in our own diversity, where coming from different cultures, languages, educational background, for inclusion and breaking the barriers, as it is said in our themes. When I wanted to prepare here, and I do have a PowerPoint slide, but I think the computer has frozen here. But I want to start off maybe by reflecting on some of the questions that have been asked so far. Maybe let me also introduce myself. That's what they normally, I should have started there. My name is Busiso Ndlangamandla. I'm from the Department of English Studies, College of Human Sciences. I am an associate professor there. I work under the Unisa Language Development Plan, which I'm going to talk about. Okay, I see now it's showing. Yeah, the Unisa Language Development Plan, which is under the VP Teaching and Learning, and the executive director here for teaching and learning as well. They are the custodians of that project, which is currently being managed at CHS, but it's for the whole university. And I'm going to reflect a little bit about what that project aims to do in about 5-10 minutes. I'll be done, and then I can then share with that. But because of the range of questions which came, and where I wanted to start, I wanted to deviate a little bit and go to Judges 12, verse 6, which talks about the word Shibboleth, the conflict between Jephthah and Ephraim. If you are familiar with that passage, that basically was fought over the pronouncement of the word with an S or a sh. So now that's, to me, is really amazing, because how could you discriminate or exclude people on account, or kill people? Because now 42,000 people died because the Ephraimites were then unable to pronounce the sh, so they were then killed. So you see how these barriers get created by those people who are the custodians, who are in power, who are the leaders, who then use pronunciation just to exclude people. What we say in linguistics is phonetics, or it's spelling, or it's orthography. Just that aspect, excluding the entire things, excluding even understanding. What if they had gone to the word itself and say, what does it mean? Why didn't they ask the question and say, what is the meaning of the word? Or do you understand what this word says? Or in what context is the word used? And now when we talk about context, we are talking education, higher education, like Prof. Ngomo was talking about higher education. Nobody asked, they didn't ask, say, for instance, for the discourse or what this word means, maybe in law or means in accounting. So that nobody was cared about all those things. Instead, they went for a very specific thing about pronunciation. And I think this is where language then begins to be a barrier. So in other words, in my view, when we are talking about decolonization, we need to decolonize language first, so that then we can be able to go to our assessment. When somebody talked about assessment there in psychology, clearly in Judges 12:6, it's an assessment question there. It's an oral assessment. Somebody asked a question about job interviews. Interviews are also assessment, you know, they are using only English and not interviewing you in other languages as well. And all those kinds of forms of evaluation, whether for employment purposes, for practice purposes, for maybe progression in terms of passing and going to so we see that already we have these multiple layers that we enforce through various forms of assessment. And again, there for my own project, which I think is much bigger for the executive director, is just decolonizing assessment or in its entirety, because that if we don't do that, then we will always be setting barriers, using it to set barriers instead of enablement or bridges, or allowing people to cross the river like the Ephraimites that were killed on that day. I think I've thought so much about that, just broad reflection. So basically, the DHET language project itself consists of a grant to support specific
Underscoring the importance of multilinguality in higher education. I don't want to sound controversial. Mother Tongue Language Day should be every day. I think you will agree with me. The second point, as much as we talk about the UN and the introduction of International Mother Day, in a subjective way, I want to challenge DLS that next year perhaps we should call it Xolile Hector Peterson Day, because I think for us as a context, it's significant. But colleagues, as a directorate within the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning, we have affirmed our commitment a few years ago already in terms of mother tongue, its importance and significance. So what am I telling or conveying? The Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning has passed the days of writing research, theorizing, developing models and paradigms. We are now doing the work. What work have we done and we continue to do? Number one, if you look at all modules developed after 2021, you will notice the welcome page is being offered in multiple African languages. Number two, you will notice in every module there's multilingual glossaries. I heard a point earlier on, multilingual glossaries do not work. In the comprehensive open distance e-learning context, it works. When you mouse over a difficult English word, it will give you options in whatever African languages the academic has chosen. So that's the difference. We also have many translations in modules. Of course, the gold standard is to teach in different African languages. But there are some pockets of excellence. In some modules in history, they are being taught in 4 African languages. A few years ago, statistics, 2 modules were taught. Now, by all accounts and purposes, talking about a few modules from 3,000 modules does not do justice. But I think you will agree that as an institution of higher learning, we are making strides. The strides might not be as wide and long as one would expect, but they say Rome was not built in a single day. We are getting there. I don't want to force you, but in isiZulu they would say, for this achievement, Shayani Sanslabo. So colleagues, I don't want to be too long on the podium. I know I stand between you and lunch. But just to conclude, Unisa being a comprehensive open distance e-learning plus university, we take it intentionally to ensure that language is not only a channel of communication, but it is a carrier and measure of culture, of creed, of religion, and most important of all, student success. We are also mindful that mother tongue language goes hand in hand with identifying the importance of indigenous language systems. So therefore, the next event on your calendar will be the Heritage Day Show and Tell in Daba. That's going to be hosted in this very same venue on the 23rd of September. Sorry, Dr. Monareng, I put in an advert in your event. I hope it's protocol. But colleagues, thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Mphathi wohlelo Dr. Tsepe. I'm rising also on the same protocols that were confirmed this morning. Professor, I think in the absence of Dr. Chivasa, then I'm recognizing Professor Makano. And I'm recognizing not Dr. Monareng, but I think our special recognition is Professor Ngomo Esnaila. And recognize also our colleagues who say Unisa that are present. And recognize abafundi kanye nama student leadership esikhona la. Ngakhohlwa ke all our guests that are present here. Igama lami ke ngubheki Nxumalo. Ngiphuma division ebizwa ngokuthiwa iAxwith, and I think I had to say Axwith because mangiqala ngibiza le gama, it's a very long one, and I think line meaning into it. Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities. Hey, ngibonge man mphathi wohlelo, and ngibonge Dr. Monareng for an honor and for recognition of division. So, language, I mean, a topic that you have chosen for us, we must mother language as a pathway to inclusion, breaking linguistic, cultural, and educational barriers. Allow me then, Mphathi Wehlelo, Dr. Monareng, to connect the message directly to the work that we do in Axwith. Mother language as an identity, dignity, and belonging. Our mother language carry our first ways of understanding the world. When someone communicates with us in a language that feels natural, we don't only receive the information, but we receive recognition, we receive dignity. And let me say this to you, ladies and gentlemen, that for persons, or maybe let me say students with disabilities, dignity is not a foreign concept. It's not an abstract word. Dignity is experienced in small moments. In this case, when a student, let me say a deaf or a hard of hearing student asks for help without being judged, that is dignity. When instructions are clear and accessible to a blind and partially sighted student, that is dignity. When a staff is patient, is understandable, respectful, and culturally aware to the community, that is dignity. And when our academic support services communicate in a way that reduces anxiety and builds confidence, that is dignity. That is why in the disability unit, we view inclusion as more than physical access. Inclusion also means communication access. And the research supports this strongly. Language is not neutral in education. It shapes who can participate, whose knowledge counts, and who feels seen in the learning space. In other words, mother language is more than words. It carries identity, dignity, confidence, and the right to participate fully in learning. Therefore, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to say inclusion means removing barriers. Language is one of them. We often, in the disability space, talk about number of barriers. There's this famous one, what we call attitudinal barriers. Institutional, we are in institutional of higher learning, we are quite familiar with that. Environmental barriers, information barriers, economic barriers, and policy practice gap. But today, I think it gives me a great pleasure to add linguistic barrier as one of the barriers that we have. And I think we have listened to many speakers that also emphasize the principle of person first. So when information is available but not understandable, when service exists but communication excludes, when students remain silent because they fear of being misunderstood. So in the division where I come from, I think I see some of my colleagues sitting here, we meet students at this intersection every day. So disability, learning and language is one of the issues that we are always contending with. So therefore it becomes our mission to help students navigate the university space successfully without losing their dignity and without compromising academic standards. So also the research on multilingual pedagogies reminds us that inclusion happens when we help students access meaning, not only content. Practical strategies in this regard, I would suggest that include my friend next to me, Ucheki Chen. I normally call them Ucheki Chen, that are translating for us. Translanguaging and code switching, using student multilingual repertoires to build understanding of key concepts and academic vocabulary. As one central principle, inclusion happens when we teach concept through language students think in. So understanding is built, but not guessed. This matters because when students understand, they therefore persist. When language excludes, failure is not lack of ability. It is a lack of access. How access build bridges? I think that's a question that maybe I will try to answer now. First, Prof. Magano, what we do is that we convert the original study material into various formats. So how that help? As much as students cannot learn if the material is not accessible, as a division, therefore, the material that we convert, we make sure that it is also about, it also provides the clarity that the author intended. There is also the importance of correct labeling, ensuring that students know how to use what they receive. So our support therefore includes guidance and orientation so that the material are not merely delivered, but are indeed usable. And I think another space that I would like to suggest or propose that we intervene strongly in this regard, we advocate for reasonable accommodation. As much as we advocate, I think there's lots of misconception that when you advocate for reasonable accommodations, we are advocating for lowering standards, the academic standards, and of which this is not the case. So what we do, we advocate for removing barriers fairly. So the division support and facilitate reasonable accommodation processes, which therefore include assessment and exam-related accommodations such as extra time. So there's extra time does not really translate into unfair advantage.
We're just trying to open the grounds that, there is a fair and level ground of competition. There's also a way that we also do through the assistive technologies at our labs. And also, we also do that by ensuring that our policies, the institutional policies that Monareng is spoke about, that they are currently responsible in terms of implementing, ensuring that it caters, also it does not exclude our students with disabilities. In this way, we believe that mother language and inclusive communication therefore can support self-advocacy for the students with disabilities, refuse confusion, fear and misinterpretation. Part I will jump some of the remarks that I wanted to make because of time. Maybe just zoom to a last section about a call of action or call to action, mother tongue as an inclusion strategy. So today, as we celebrate Mpati Wohlelo, let us treat language as part of our accessibility and inclusion strategy. The research is clear. Language inclusion succeeds when it is resourced. And I think that's precisely what also Untate Monareng responded to when the question came from the floor, that resource and make sure that there's a budget. I think we see that as a way forward. But also training to roll out campaigns institutional-wide to make sure that we recognize the person first, then the language. And also, I think what becomes exceedingly important is the sign language. As much as the new official language that has been recognized, we have already seen the important strides that are being made by the university through your office, Prof. Magano. And I think we should enhance the efforts, ensuring that sign language become a reality in each and every department, because that's what I've been saying, that it should not become the responsibility of Ntate Monareng and Prof's office to have a sign language interpreter. Through our budgets as departments, we must budget either to train staff, it's dedicated staff that will go and learn sign language, so that when a deaf student walks into that space, we don't have to outsource and go and make a phone call. That student receive service. And I will definitely, I actually call that it's unfair discrimination. I mean, it's unfair discrimination if we are able to accomplish that. But let me then submarine, as my comrades there will say, and go and sit down. So I've jumped more session. Hopefully my presentation will make sense. Thank you very much.
That Unisa is also doing something about, they recognize people who are differently abled, and there's something that has been done. I believe that if we are not meeting them halfway, they are having, the impact is more than us who are differently abled from them. They need more support. Thank you very much. At the moment, I'm going to request Lekgotla la Baithuti, Kemedi ya Lekgotla la Baithuti, SRC members, Nomzana Thabisa, Lemme Molapo, come together and talk to our people.
Sibonge mphathi wohlelo. Umuntu akabingelele ubuholi beuniversity obukhona ngaphambi kwethu. Umama uSolwazi uMagano, isikhulumi sethu sosuku namhlanje, uSolwazi ubaba uNkomo, no program director osayibambe kahle namhlanje. Siyakubingelela. Mine will be very much shorter. than anyone. As the SRC members, we encourage and support every student who speaks a language other than the dominant language, which is English. The mother language is not only a personal identity, but a powerful pathway to inclusion, capable of breaking linguistic, cultural, educational barriers that limit our educational success. Then you will ask yourself why mother language or mother tongue is important to us as students. Learning thrives when students access material in their mother language. A language is the first tool we use as a student to understand lecturers, understand questions, and also be able to respond with the correct answers to the questions. Our language carries cultures, history, and ways of knowing. Honoring mother tongue affirms dignity, foster belonging, and strengthen our university community, as we call the University of the Land. In a diverse country like South Africa, a multilingualism is a strength, improve orientation, and broaden opportunities for academic success. And this is what the leadership of the SRC propose, or see how this thing must be implemented. The university must expand inclusive tutoring and academic support by establishing language-friendly tutoring and mentoring that operates in multiple languages, alongside, obviously, with the English. We encourage the university to support lecturers in implementing language inclusive teaching practice, with training on a plain language translation and cultural responsive. Program director is I learned. We encourage students to embrace and share your language strength, participate in language inclusive initiative, and support one another in the journey of learning. Lecturers must also give students resources and also assessment that respect language diversity while maintaining academic quality of the university. We've seen some of the people in social media, they are saying the university is selling qualifications. Now you will ask yourself, you have worked very hard for a person just to say those words. The university must also invest in language resources, digital tools, and training that makes Unisa a truly inclusive, multilingual learning university. As the representative of the students, together we can transform barriers into bridges. Mother language is a gateway to inclusion, ensuring that every student, regardless of language background, has the opportunity to excel in their academic journey. As you'll be celebrating International Mother Language Day tomorrow, I wish you well and thank you.
Program Director, Executive Director of DTSFL, Prof. Mahanu, Director of DLS, Dr. Mnaring, distinguished guests, colleagues, my fellow students, greetings. Dumelang, Sanbonani. Thank you. I won't take long since my colleague here has already outlined some of the propositions by the SRC. So let me start by saying this. There is nothing more frustrating than knowing something in your mind, but feeling like it is limited by the mouth. Could you sit there thinking, okay, I know this, but when it is time to speak, the confidence suddenly disappears. And in that small moment, that is when exclusion begins. That is why today's theme is not just poetic, it is urgent. For many students, language is invisible until it becomes a barrier. So a language barrier becomes a cultural barrier. A cultural barrier becomes an educational barrier. And before long, you find a capable student beginning to doubt their intelligence, not because they lack ability, but because they lack linguistic comfort. And that is not inclusion. So when a student goes into a classroom and hears the mother tongue in an academic space, when someone says, "Rea o bona, rea go utlwa," we see you, we hear you, something suddenly just shifts. The mind opens, the confidence arises, and participation increases. That is what is needed in academic spaces. That is inclusion. So mother tongue as a pathway to inclusion means that recognizing language carries identity. It carries culture. It carries dignity. And when institutions embrace our mother languages, they are not lowering standards. They are raising access. They are saying you do not have to leave your dignity and identity at the door to succeed in academic spaces. So, breaking linguistic, cultural, and academic barriers requires courage. It requires intentional policy. It requires practical implementation. But most importantly, it requires belief. Believe that African languages belong in higher education. They are not just an afterthought, but they are instruments of empowerment. Puo ke matla. Language is power. And when you empower students, you empower them linguistically, then you'll be empowering them academically as well. So as the SRC representing the student voice, we stand firmly in support of initiatives that make mother language a genuine pathway. In lecture halls, in academic support, in research, in innovation, and in everyday student experiences. Because inclusion must not just be written in policy. We are saying it must be heard, it must be spoken, and it must be lived. So really, putting our languages in the glossary is not inclusion. Dr. Mnaring, we hope the next time re tlhakana, di language tsa rena tla ba re bulediwa ka di classroomong. Di language tsa rena tla ba di le teng ko di study materialeng. Tla ba re kgona go bolela le di lecturer ka di language tsa rena. So, okay, so if we truly want to break barriers, then we must allow education to speak to us in languages that we serve. Languages that serve us, I meant to say. So we are saying the youth is ready. We are ready. Our languages are ready. Now, the systems must be ready too. Galebo, thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe, Professor Mahanu, you've heard the students are ready. And Ndate Monare, the students are ready. And they require the systems to be ready also. And there's a slogan that is used by differently abled people. They say, nothing for us without us. So they are simply saying, involve us. We are ready. We are there. Thank you very much. And before we go, by the way, this is an international celebration. We have members who are not with us in other countries who will also present. But before then, we have one more local whom we would like to call now. And the colleague is from Pensalp and is Rakgadi Mikal Mare Linden. I thought you'll do better than that.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure for Pensalp to be here today. I am Michael Marie Linden, and I'm Chief Language Practitioner for English at the Pan-South African Language Board. For those of you who don't know, the Pan-South African Language Board, also known as Pensalp, we like to clarify, because fortunately I haven't heard it yet today, but sometimes people call us Pan-Slab. And I'm just here to say that we don't slap anyone. We're Pensalp. Pensalp's an independent constitutional institution. We are established by the Constitution and the Pensalp Act, and we are mandated with creating conditions for the use and development of all official languages, as well as the Khoi and San languages. Pensalp is also mandated with the promotion of multilingualism and the protection of linguistic human rights, and we're also responsible for monitoring and evaluating the observance of constitutional language provisions in our national, provincial, and local governments. International Mother Language Day is therefore a key celebration on Pensalp's calendar, because it honors those who stood up for their language rights, as well as the role languages play in dignity, identity, and social inclusion. It promotes access to information, access to education, and access to governance that is easy to understand, easy to grasp, because it's in one's mother tongue. International Mother Language Day is also important because it motivates for the development of our indigenous languages so that access in general can be achieved with ease. This year we've also heard is particularly significant as South Africa commemorates the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Soweto uprising. On 16 June 1976, thousands of learners protested against the imposition of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction. Their courageous stand was not only about language policy, it was about dignity and equality. However, we cannot gloss over the fact that the Soweto uprising was a fight for English, not for our indigenous languages. So today, English still dominates our society, often at the expense of our indigenous languages. Often this happens because of a lack of awareness about our language rights. The fact that you can walk into a police station and demand to be serviced in your language. This is something that Pensalp and its stakeholders are working to remedy through our awareness campaigns, our terminology verification and authentication, and the monitoring of government entities' compliance with language legislation. It is our plea today, therefore, that we let this celebration inspire us to become language activists, particularly for our indigenous languages, which are the carriers of our cultures, memories, and vast and significant indigenous knowledges. Pensalp calls on all sectors of society, government, educational institutions, the private sector, communities, and civil society groups to work together to create spaces where languages are valued and developed equitably. Let us demand that services are provided in our languages. Let us invest in language development, translation, terminology creation, and inclusive language practices. And let us dream of a South Africa that reflects the rich linguistic tapestry of our nation. Tomorrow and today, as we celebrate International Mother Language Day, let us recommit ourselves to building a South Africa where every person can learn, speak, and thrive in their mother tongue, so that we can build a South Africa that truly celebrates its unity in diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Melenden. And Dr. Manaring, I am happy to say this celebration is being attended by 3 countries. And one of the 3 countries is it's abroad, international one. So we are an international gathering. So on that note, may I request, online we have a colleague from Kenya, southeastern Kenya, and his name is Ntate Mwaniki. And Ntate Mwaniki, over to you. I guess you managed to, he's online. Yes. I nearly said Mahan. Over to you, sir. We are eagerly waiting
Good
to hear from
afternoon,
you.
everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear.
I just want to confirm quickly that you can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear, sir.
So am I good to go?
Yes, please do go. We are good.
Yes, my comments are going to be brief. I did not make a PowerPoint presentation. And first is to thank Professor Munereng and Madam Judith Forza for extending this invitation. And as usual, we've got this kind of complex issues that we have got to discuss on. And today I just want to offer some brief reflections, but before I do that, I would wish to really thank the Directorate of Language Services of the University of South Africa for not only extending this invitation, but for being extremely consistent. Last year we were down at Unisa and we were doing this, and it's a year later, and here we are again, whereby we are giving a purpose to the entire notion of mother language. So to the people at the Directorate of Language Services at Unisa, we would like to extend our word of commendation for the brilliant work that you are doing when it comes to actualizing not only the constitutional provisions around language, but issues of linguistic rights, especially in the education space, and not just in the education space, but in the higher education space, because it's very easy to forget that within the higher education space, we also need to have the engendering of language rights. I'll talk through some brief notes that I've made here. I managed to join the conversation a bit earlier, so you'll allow me to be able to make some kind of just few comments. You'll pardon me if they sound a bit cheeky, but the first one is about the comment about English, because we keep going on and on about English, but the simple comment I want to make about English here, now that I've been given a chance to speak a bit earlier than my international colleagues, I'd set time apart so I may still be able to hang around, and if anybody wants to make a comment about my presentation, I'll be happy and available to be able to field one or two comments around that. The first comment I want to make is about this conversation around English. It gets to a point whereby it starts becoming more like a comedy show. Why? Because in as much as we are so much obsessed about English, there's a question from a researcher's point of view or perspective, we often fail to ask. And what is that question? The question is, are we quite sure that the language being spoken out there and which everybody seems to be so much obsessed with is English? Are we sure we are speaking English? Are we sure we are obsessing about English? Whereby by English I mean English. Or are we obsessing about a language or languages that are similar or dissimilar to English? Why I'm saying this is brings me to the second comment that I would wish to make before I get to my brief reflections. And I think if we need to fix the language issue, especially in teacher, we need to talk about teacher education. We need to get to a space whereby we critically and honestly engage on issues of teacher education. The teachers that we are deploying in various levels of education, this could be in South Africa, and I speak about South Africa with authority because I did my PhD at the University of the Free State, and I spent almost 15 years of my career in South Africa. I did my research for my PhD on issues of language planning in South Africa. Much of my research over the last 15 years has been on issues touching on multilingualism in South Africa. The issue is this: can we be able to fix the quagmire or the conundrum of language teaching within South Africa, okay, and possibly elsewhere, without fixing the conundrum of teacher education? Can we seriously purport that we can effectively train lower level or primary school level or lower level teachers at university level? Should we not revisit the notion of reopening teacher training colleges in South Africa, whereby we have got teachers trained at that level on all aspects, so that they can be able to engender the culture of language teaching and language learning at all levels of education? Are we trying to purport that at university level we can be able to train teachers who can be able to go and actualize the mother language vision in lower levels of education? These are open-ended questions, but I think you get the drift of what it is that I'm saying. We need to be able to revisit the issue of teacher education, especially teacher education or the preparation of teachers who teach at lower levels of education, given what university education is. Those are just preliminary comments. Let me now get to my reflections. And I thought actually my brother Professor Monorain was putting me at the end of this because maybe he knows that I'm very good at steering the hornet's nest. And I begin my reflections on overall what I want to do this afternoon is that I want to urge everybody gathered here, and I bet you we'll gather next year, and maybe a decade from now we'll be gathering. And I want to urge everyone gathered here today that I think it is high time we started pivoting in this entire mother language discourse, conversations, dialogues. I think it's a high time we started pivoting to research. Okay? We need to start pivoting towards research, and not just research. In my notes here, I've said that we need to start pivoting towards research with significance. I want you to underline that. I think we need to start pivoting towards research and research with significance. And there's another good professor who started with a quote from the Bible. And I think to pivot one that I want also to quote from the Bible. If you've got your phones, you can be able to get out Ecclesiastes 1 verse 9. Ecclesiastes 1 verse 9. It says that what has been will be again. What has been will be again, comma, what has been done will be done again. Semicolon, meaning we want to expand on that, on those two statements. There is nothing new under the sun. I'll repeat that. Ecclesiastes 1:9 reminds us or exhorts us to know that what has been will be again, and that what has been done will be done again. Why is this so? Because there's nothing new under the sun. Now, what does that one call us to? This verse highlights the repetitive and cyclical nature of human history, life, and experience, suggesting that experiences, including modern experiences and problems and events, are truly never new, but are recurrent. And I think that should be very sobering, and I'll indicate why in a moment. Because remember, I'm saying we need to start pivoting towards research in this entire mother language or mother tongue discourse. I think we need to start pivoting towards research, and research that has got significance. Because we have been talking about these issues ad infinitum for the last 2, 3, 4 decades. Actually, it's more than that. Okay, those of us who have been in this game for quite a while, we remember the UNESCO thing of 1952, 1953. So basically, we have been doing this thing for almost close to 70 years. Why are we not moving the needle, especially in the former colonial world or what we may call the global south? Now, why I use that verse to pivot my discussion or my brief sharing with you this afternoon is because we could be looking for answers to certain issues that basically have been around for too long. And now I want to challenge you again, and maybe you can use your phones. Which is the fastest animal on earth? Which is the fastest animal on earth? The answers basically you'll get to this kind of question is that you'll hear about the cheetah, you know, the lightening of the African savanna, okay? Or you'll hear you'll hear answers around this about the sailfish. But the cheetah and the sailfish are not the fastest animals on earth. The fastest animal in the world is a peregrine falcon. You can search for that in your phones as I go on with what it is that I'm talking about. The peregrine falcons, spelled as P-E-R-E-G-R-I-N-E, falcon. The peregrine falcon is the fastest animal ever created on earth. It reaches speeds of up to 389 kilometers per hour during its hunting dive, or what they call the stoop. When it dives for prey, the peregrine falcon reaches speeds of up to 389 kilometers per hour. It is the fastest creature on earth, capable of striking prey in midair during this kind of high-speed dive. Why am I talking about all of this? Professor Monareng will tell you that I usually say I'm a storyteller, because people remember stories. So there's something that I want you to remember. When I talk about the peregrine falcon being, and that's a matter of fact, being the fastest animal on earth, and what it is that I want to link that up to, then I'm sure you'll be able to remember what it is that I want to share with you this afternoon. Now, why did I talk about the peregrine falcon? One of the most integrated and extensive research organizations on earth, again, okay, is the American agency called NASA, okay? NASA engages on matters of research about outer space and flight and all of those kind of things. And NASA and the American military, they've got a program and basically on what you call biomimicry, okay, whereby they borrow concepts in the natural world to enhance design in avionics, okay, or aerodynamics when it is that they're designing their instruments of war. And now you'll be able to, or this may turn out to be a bit fascinating, because one of the most effective bombers to be designed is what we call the B2 bomber. And you can be able to check all of these facts after this presentation. It is one of the most effective bombers ever designed in the history of mankind. And the B2 design is basically biomimicry of the aerodynamic shape of the peregrine falcon. It also mimics the peregrine falcon on the level of stealth and silhouette. Okay, it also mimics the peregrine falcon on matters of service control, and it also mimics the peregrine falcon in its engine design, especially on the way the noses of the peregrine falcon are designed by nature or by God, so that it doesn't stop breathing when it is done that kind of stop. Okay, so the engines of the B2 bomber, okay, are designed on the basis of the nostrils of the peregrine falcon. Now, good people, where am I getting a lot of this? Now, what I'm getting a lot of this is that, remember our quote from Ecclesiastes 1:9, whereby we say there's nothing new under the sun. All right? So now I want to call you to afford yourself a pause and reflect on the following as I go up to wrap up my presentation, so that at least we can be able to talk about research with some significance. Now, reflect on this, that the colonial projects in the former colonial world, and specifically in the global south, in which South Africa, Kenya are part of, has been ongoing for the better part of the last 4 centuries, give and take. The colonial project has been going on in this part of the world, okay, for the better part of the last 4 centuries. And that is why even today we talk about decolonial, okay, or decolonization. We have got that entire kind of discourse. So meaning that project is still ongoing. Now, with that background, and under normal circumstances, is that the onslaught that has happened on the indigenous languages of the former colonial world, or what we call the global south, those languages should basically have vanished from the surface of the earth. But the truth is that they haven't. To the contrary, the former colonial world, or the global south to be more specific, is defined by pervasive multilingualism. Not just that, actually, in the most part, we have got boisterous multilingualism. Walk into Soweto, walk into Alexandria, walk into Nairobi, walk into Accra, walk into Cairo, okay? Walk to Mogadishu. Any place in the global south, you'll find boisterous multilingualism, meaning these languages, despite the onslaught, okay, from the former colonial languages, or even the colonial, the post-colonial languages, actually, these languages still are thriving. Now, then we come to the question that I want to pose, and this ties back to the biomimicry that I talked about. How that some of the most advanced research institutions go into the natural world, and they take what is in the natural world and they mimic into coming up with very effective designs. Okay? And these are machines of war, meaning the chance for error is almost in the tolerance of 1.000001. The engineers in the house will be able to know what I mean by that. So the question here then becomes, what makes multilingualism thrive in these parts of the world? Yet, it has been an onslaught. Our education systems have tried to kill, okay, the multiplicity of languages, but these languages still survive. Now, isn't there, then the question arises that, isn't there a lot to learn from this? Now, that's then the call. That is why then I'm pivoting to call to one's research with significance in the mother language milieu. There's a lot that is disguised as research that is going on?
I think we...
There is an echo.
Dr. Mwaniki? I think we have...
I don't know whether I'm still online.
You were still online, but due to time, we thought we should ask you to just conclude. We are rushing against time this side. Okay, perhaps we have lost him, ne?
Yes, actually, I was concluding.
Can we give him the last round of applause?
Yes, so what I will say to conclude, I think it is time for pause and reflection, and that may constitute unlearning.
Dr. Mwaniki. Okay. Can we, without waste of time, take the the last presenter of the day? And the presenter is from Canada, Memorial University. Can we just afford him this 5 minutes? Yeah, this is... Can we just afford him this 5 minutes? And his name is Ndate P. Ajay. Over to you, Ndate Ajay. Your 5 minutes starts now. Can you hear us, Ndate Ajay?
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. I don't think I would need even 5 minutes. I am very grateful to Dr. Monarin and Judith for the honor of the invitation. This morning, I am actually joining you from Washington, D.C. I am at Howard University for another speaker appointment. So I will just be brief. I know there have been a lot of quotations today. People are quoting scripture, but I'm not going to quote scripture. I will just make reference to one particular statement that has been immortalized, and that is, in Africa, it takes a village to raise a child. But the essence of this statement is not so much about the African child. It is about the village that we need to create. And to create a village, we need a language. And so language is very important. Language is the epistemic lens through which we see the world. And language of inclusion, to be included, is also to feel like you are part of the community. And sometimes inclusion has been interpreted to mean like you have been invited to a family gathering, but you show up and you realize that there is no chair for you. And so the essence of having multilingual languages is also to allow an individual to be able to see the world through their own cultural lens and to be able to take part of that. Several speakers today have spoken about the power of language, the importance of language for access, and also the importance of language to make one feel you are part of the community. For me, the whole project of building a village to raise African child will be meaningless if we don't have the language of the African, in this particular case, our mother language, to be able to help in building that village. I think that you are doing an excellent job, and I will continue to encourage you to continue on this very project. Thank you very much.
That was short, sweet, to the point. And thank you very much, Ndate Ajay. I think South Africa should take example from Canada when coming to speeches. Thank you very much. We are now going to have our performance here. And after performance, we will have DLS, who are standing between us and lunch. So immediately after the performance, I'm going to ask Aus Judy Posa to come and take the stage immediately after the performances.
is there.
We have multicultural performance, we have a poet, and we have music. So it looks like our poet is ready. Over to you, sir.
I'm here to elaborate the elaboration that will be elaborated by myself under the title of Celebrating Voices of Diversity. Bakainawe! I think you will be sending Kariri Murahina, Ilembera 2026, Makumembiri wa Magiti ya Babarangeri, Bamachava Kongoma, University of South Africa, we are Lusana Nari Mirahina, no Lavi Manana Wanchonga Yantima, Afamba Kombele Bukiangoi, Banava Musari Yomusuki, Hupala Gerari, Hanchan Kamalamer, Narsa, somewhere Salongan Trafelo, Humana Retaritza Moria, Wanakatsa, Retaritza Morja, Aria. Loko kurimina sike fukini nyumini riri muraina nzirinzita fanzi karizi chokofesela riri muraina ubani le khono ki khancha le lemela ke so ke sa itsesengwe ke salongwe ke ntafelo ubani le lemela le tswela ke bophelo bya ka ke muka mosobyaka age bana ba mmala o mosuwe rombo ndilwabo ka ba ditongisa ngalo ba tutuwetsa na baduru re ba ditongisa ngavelele yabo ubani na musiri ne rotangana re bana ba motho mothi rene rono tangana re chikwamba lwa mboliti bezi ari bana ba mosali yo mosuwe ke tore sefate
Aribinenyana mapedi a wana ka mo ari ilisha ga ywali are mpeo Tiechan batu kamuka, tiechan sichava sareshu, tiechan, tedi musho ya mutlokwa, tiechan batu kamuka, tiechan sichava sareshu, tiechan, tedi musho ya mutlokwa. Are, kitlishite taba ya go aga kulufelo. Are, kitlishite taba ya go aga kulufelo. Dipulelo tagae diare kopanya erere aga maborogo ka dipulelo tagae diare kopanya are kitlishite taba ya go aga kulufelo are kitlishite taba ya go aga kulufelo ari mabur Mapurago kadipulelo chagaye. Are Mapurago kadipulelo chagaye. What's up? Dipulelo chagaye, diare kopana, aga maborogo, kadipulelo chagaye. Let's go, nikishite baba, yago aga kulufelo, let's do it for the last time. Mapurago kadipulelo chagaye. Mapurago kadipulelo chagaye. Check it out. Say, Ari, Mapurago kadipulelo chagaye. Woza, Ari, Mapurago kadipulelo chagaye. For the last time, Ari, Mapurago kadipulelo chagaye. Thank you very much.
Oh, I thought he's giving me some opportunity to join him in a song. Thank you very much. I think, DLS, are we good? Oh, one more presentation.
Are you still there? Are you still there? Are you sure? All right. So this song that I'm gonna do, it's a song that is written actually pure in my language, Chichewa. That's our main language there in Malawi. So it basically talks about a girl child who struggled to make it to varsity, but eventually makes it to varsity, and now the whole community gathers together and celebrates the achievement of this particular lady. So here we go.
Akapuzile tikola chilendo mwana wa Sankidwa zakumba ntima wake wazikwanilita yakwana ntawi yake Sankidwa, oh abale, 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 mwana wa Sankidwa, mwana wa Sankidwa, oh abale, 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 mwana wa Sankidwa, mwana wa Sankidwa, tilulutile tivine sangalale mwana wa Sankidwa, mwana wa Sankidwa, oh abale, 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 mwana wa Sankidwa, mwana wa Sankidwa, oh abale, 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 mwana wa Sankidwa, mwana wa Sankidwa, oh abale, 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 mwana wa Sankidwa, mwana wa Sankidwa, tilulutile tivine tisangalale, mwana wa Sankidwa, mwana wa Sankidwa, oh abale, 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 mwana wa Sankidwa, mwana wa Sankidwa. Inhlitiyo yami yavuma kuthi uyinkosi yamakhosi phakathi kwami ligcwalise inhlitiyo yami yavuma kuthi uyinkosi yamakhosi phakathi kwami ligcwalise inhlitiyo yami yavuma kuthi uyinkosi yamakhosi phakathi kwami ligcwalise.
Thank you very much for the music. I believe we are heading towards the close of the day. I see ladies from DLS with beautiful flowers. Are they for me? Thank you very much. They are going to present some gifts to our guests today. And we will start with the VP, Dr. Chivase, who unfortunately had to leave early because he had some other engagements. He had other meetings to attend to. So we were privileged to have him better part of the morning, and I'm sure they will take that to his office at some stage. And secondly, Babankom, they would want to honor you. Can you just come? Champ is here. He wants to see you, maybe that side. A gift to Babankom. Thank you very much, sir, for coming through. We really learned. You left questions in our minds. We will have to go and find answers. Thank you very much. And then the next person that they would want to appreciate is our Rakhadi, Memahano. You want to donate? And the next, the director, DLS, Dr. Monareng. Should I call them by?
Yeah, but group are the SRC first. I don't know why.
I'll explain it to you.
Okay, it's fine.
Let me start. We will not be doing justice to appreciate those who were with us. I am going to start with our students, SRC members, Memolapo and Dada Tlhabisa. Please come on stage. For the photos. Right. The next is in absentia also. He had to go, Dr. Nene. And I'm sure he will get, and Dr. Govender also. Unless they are representatives here. In absentia. And the next one, Prof. Ndlagamandla. He's also gone. Baba Ngumalu, you will be next. They would like to honor you. Rakhadi Linden, she's gone. In absentia. Who did it? Yeah, I think. Right. Okay. Maybe they are coming. Let me take, before I call the last person who will thank all of us, Mera Mukolo from DLS, Can I just, from my side as the program director, would like to thank all of you who have been here. I believe that we were challenged. We are going to we are taking that we have learned in here to our different spheres. If we are dealing with student material development, you will use the information, students. You'll also appreciate what the academics are doing in terms of language, recognizing our different languages. And thank you very much to our esteemed guests who really did a marvelous job. We appreciate, and really you have challenged our thinking. Thank you very much. Hey, Naman. Oh.
Tavela, Ralocha, Sanbonani. Kalibicho ke nna Mera Mukolo from DLS Directorate. I just want to thank, I want to start with our VP. He's not here. I just want to say we thank him. Out of his scheduled time, he came to support this event. We really appreciate that. And for her presence here, and also always supporting and uniting the Directorate. Our keynote speaker, Ntate Nkomo, and I just want to say, you know, I heard you when you were saying we mustn't separate our language. Because if we separate our language, then we are separating from our land. And also that we must not concede our language rights. And let's protect our mother tongue. And also, our leader, Ntate Monaring, and I want to say, indeed, in the beginning, there was a word in Ntate Monaring, you are leading us, and we really appreciate you. Our director, Ntate Sepe, thank you for lenaneo, and we really appreciate you. And also I want to thank our poet and also our entertainers and our team, Ntate Ndlanga Mandla, Ntate Gavenda, Ntate Ngumalo, and lebaemedi ba barutiši and nka leboga bjang barutiši ba rena ra leboga gore le tlile ka bontši la supporta e ya bontšha gore indeed you are supporting our mother tongue a re diem bjao le ka moso skera ge re le bitša letleng so that we can hear your comments and know how to support you. And I also want to thank the organizers, especially Meposa. You know, without you, Meposa is the engine of our directorate. Without her, things are not happening. And also, I want to thank my colleagues, DLS members, for making this happening, and also for promoting our mother languages, making sure that our languages are not, you know, our languages continue. As Ntate Gavenda Abulej, Rome was not built in one day, colleagues. You heard the speakers here that multilingualism has started. The DLS has started with the implementation. So we are getting there. Slowly but surely, we are getting there, Bahaisu. And our distinguished members for attending, all of you. Thank you for attending. We really appreciate it. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ramokol. She's here to do the final announcements. And from me, signing out.
ra la itumela. Ke a leboga ntate Tshepe ke Motswana o tshwana le nna. Now he feels jealous that everybody has been called on stage except me. Ke a leboga kgaitsedi ya ka. Ke tla ka dikgang tse di monate ne. Ke nako ele e kgale re emetse. Ke kopa go lefa lenaneo. At this moment ke tlo go kopa bagolo ba ba ntseng fa le Rre Tshepe gore ba e kanhlela. Ke bua Spitori a ke le sone ste. Ke language te ka kanhlela. Ke kopa le kanhlela. E tlo gore ga bagolo ba rona ba sna go thusega go ba yang teng. E be ke le kopa gore mo le mongwe mo a ntseng teng a eme ka plate e mo pele ga gagwe. Ne ga ba isi ba tshole ga be go le tsholela o ska wara la ka re wa ema no ga be go tsholela. As soon as they are done there, we're just giving them the respect as our elders. Ko botho bo teng bagolo ba tlotliwa akere. So once they are done, we can all, there's 2 stations on that side. So once they are done, we can